about a team that got their spring high school baseball season wiped out last year.
Yes.
Finally got underway this past spring for Great Bend High School for the majority of these guys.
Right.
But still, although most of them are going to be juniors and seniors, still inexperienced, I guess, at the varsity level.
I would agree with you just because of the COVID situation wiping out their sophomore and freshman season. So, yeah, they're coming in kind of young, but bringing some experience with them too. So that's good.
We'll go ahead and run through the starting lineups here before we get to first pitch between a Great Bend and also Dodge City for the opening game of the American Legion baseball season for the Chiefs. For Great Bend, it'll be Stephen Spray going out on the mound for head coach Randy Beck. And looking at that lineup, Sage Kelch will lead things off for Great Bend. He'll start at shortstop for the Chiefs. Jade Poe behind him in the lineup. He'll be at third base. Paco Hernandez at first base. He is hitting third. Steph Spray, the pitcher, he is in the cleanup spot for Great Bend. Brad Beck, the catcher, he is batting fifth. Tyler Stulsatz, the left fielder, hitting sixth. Gavin Haberman in center field today. He'll be hitting seventh. Matthew Mader in right field hitting eighth. And then Bradley Hopkins bringing up the back end of that lineup. He'll be at the second base position and hitting ninth for Great Bend. For the Dodge City A's, Matt Freese, he'll be the starting pitcher for Dodge City. He also leads off the lineup for Dodge. Damian Rodriguez at shortstop hitting second. It'll be Rubio Duran, the left fielder, hitting third. Gio Garcia, catcher, he is hitting fourth. Aiden Sowers at first base, hitting fifth. Remington Miller, the second baseman, hitting sixth, followed by Caleb Miles, the DH. He is hitting seventh. And then a Chasten Keck, the third baseman, hitting eighth. And Dakota Whitman, the right fielder, hitting ninth. So let's look at the starting lineup as both teams get their final warm-ups in. Head coach Randy Beck makes his way out to the home plates as he gets ready to exchange lineups. So it'll be Great Bend coming out for their first one, and they're originally set to play last Tuesday against Larned to get their season underway. That one got called off, so a little bit delayed, but we were talking about how the busy schedules are kind of conflicting. Football camp for a lot of these guys.
Football, basketball, baseball, yeah, they're busy boys.
How do you keep up with these two kids on the lineup?
Just keeping up with two kids, I'm glad that they're kind of on the same schedule. Let's put it that way. So, yeah, it's okay. It's fun.
For you, getting to watch the majority of the spring season for the Great Bend Panthers, 7-13 record. Obviously, the record would indicate some room for improvement, but at the same time, they did show some signs throughout the season.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely saw growth throughout the season. But part of it was just hampered by limited baseball action last summer and then limited or no baseball last season in baseball. So they look good, though. They were coming along, starting to gel as a team, and so hopefully we can see that sort of continue this summer.
And we get the inside information. Joseph Mader out today.
He is out today. Still an ankle issue. And, I don't know when exactly he'll be back, but he's itching, so we're having to kind of put the straps on him a little bit. So.
And it's quite the commitment as well for these guys because there's 11 guys out for the team for Great Bend this year. So if you go down with one injury or another guy wants to take a vacation, it kind of puts a damper on that lineup.
Yeah, we're all having to think ahead a little bit about the tournaments and stuff just so we can make sure we can field a team.
Talked with head coach Randy Beck earlier this afternoon at Demon Field in Dodge City, and after last year not having a chance to compete for a state tournament, just nice to get it underway and also have that chance for zone and state later on in July.
And zone is going to be in Great Bend this year.
Just ready to get back into it is the main thing, and get these kids on the field again and get in some kind of routine and get to playing some baseball.
American Legion baseball, describe what that means to you. Obviously you're very familiar with the high school scene and other scenes, but for American Legion, what's it mean?
It's a traditional thing is what it is. Legion's been around for as long as I can remember. I grew up playing Legion ball. I played against Great Bend Legion, growing up, and summer growing up for me always meant Legion baseball, so to be a part of that, as an older guy, that means a lot to me, and we take a lot of pride in it in Great Bend.
Big makeup of the team for the Legion team. You saw this past spring for the high school team. What did you see this past spring with the Panthers, and how do you think that's going to correlate this summer?
Well, we're just continuing. We practice a lot, and we get a lot of games in, in the spring and put in our season. And, the summer means, a continuation of that, trying to, enhance our skills, maybe a little more one-on-one stuff, and chance to see some different teams, not today, but, see some different teams around the state.
Yeah, talk about your schedule a little bit here over the next month and a half or so. How do you like the makeup of your schedule?
I do. Pitch counts play a big part of what we can and cannot do as far as playing games. Not that long ago, it was, play 40, 50 games in a summer, but with pitch counts, you can't hardly do that because you got to be careful with arms and, who you throw and when you throw them and all that. So that definitely plays a part in the game. We have probably 30 game schedule, depends on tournaments and how deep we go and all that. So we're going to get out, we're going to play some baseball and hopefully do some damage in the postseason.
Talk about your pitcher this afternoon for the first game, and Stephen Spray.
Steph has always been kind of our go-to guy coming out of the gate. He's been consistent. We know he's going to come out and throw strikes. That's one thing that I love about him. He's usually pretty relaxed on the mound. We play good defense because he's in the zone, a lot. So that's kind of what I expect today.
Very good.
Right. That is Randy Beck, head coach of the Great Bend Chiefs, as they get set to go for the American Legion, a season opener for the Chiefs after getting last week's game, a doubleheader against the Larned Indians, postponed. So they have that makeup game, and you look at the rest of the schedule for Great Bend, it's going to be a busy 3-day stretch here as they are at Dodge City this afternoon for a doubleheader against the A's, and then they'll be at home against Larned coming up on Friday for 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock starts. Then they have that game a week from today against Hayes, and it was just TBA as far as the time and the place for that ball game. So I was talking to Coach Beck earlier this afternoon. I was like, so that game against Hayes next Wednesday, is it in Great Bend or is it going to be in Hayes? And he's like, I don't know. That's a good question. So that is still to be determined whether or not they're going to play in Hayes or Great Bend. He's still making his contacts there. But we will have the broadcast of those two games against Hayes next Wednesday, so whether it's at the sports complex or it's in Hayes, we'll definitely be on the air at GreatBendPost.com. And then not too far from today, they'll have their Great Bend tournament that'll be coming up a week from Friday to start up Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the 18th, 19th, and 20th. And you look at the season, there's only 3 tournaments, and especially weekend tournaments. They have the one in Great Bend, they have the one in McPherson right after that, and then a little bit later in early July, they'll go out to Lincoln, Nebraska for that tournament on the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th of July. So for the most part, you got the regular season made up in the doubleheaders in between the weeks, and then the 3 weekend tournaments. But you kind of know this one, Karen. It goes by pretty fast. It's kind of bang, bang, bang in about a month and a half stretch.
Yes, for sure. It doesn't take long for all these games to be over. And we're talking about school again.
Yeah, and then we talked about the busy schedules for all these guys. So Legion baseball is just kind of its own beast. And Coach Beck mentioned the fact that, it's just kind of a continuation of a chance to hone their skills from the spring. But it's its own beast because it's a little bit more casual, a little bit more laid back, knowing that everything is going on during the summer months. But it's still competitive, and it brings out some really good baseball players. We've seen that at the zone tournaments. We've seen that at the state tournaments as well. So there's still a lot to play for. And for a lot of these teams, it's still kind of representing their hometowns as well.
Right, and a lot of these teams that we play during Legion are normal high school baseball season competition. So, but sometimes they can add people or take people away, and so it makes for a different sort of game. Even when you're playing Legion, even though we're playing Dodge City, it's a different team.
Yeah, that's what Coach Beck kind of hit on too in my chat with him earlier this afternoon. He's like, chance to see some teams we don't normally see, except for today. You see them in Dodge City, and they'll play Dodge City a second time later on this year.
Yep. Same with Hayes, but
Yep,
yeah.
And they've kind of had some off and on series with Larned throughout the years as well, with the short distance and drive, and it's kind of nice. There's not really a long drive outside of your trip to Lincoln, Nebraska later on in July for Legion.
Yes.
Everything's pretty close by. So for Great Bend, they'll be the road team here in Dodge City, so they'll get the crack at the bats here to start out the first inning as we're moments away from first pitch. Matt Freese getting his final few warm-up throws in. The A's coming out with the white baseball pants, the red jerseys with the A's logo on the chest and the numbers on the lower part of their torso. And then the Great Bend Chiefs will come out more with that Panther look with the black T-shirt jerseys and the gray baseball pants and also the red and black socks. Final throw down to second, just about ready to go here at Demon Field. Good afternoon. It's 86 degrees, slight breeze out of south-southeast, cooling things off. And in pretty good shape for the top of the order in Sage Kelch to lead things off for Great Bend. Cole Reif with you, Karen Mater joining us here on GreatBendPost.com as we'll have a number of the Chiefs American Legion baseball games on the air and also online at GreatBendPost.com throughout the season. So first pitch ready to go as Kelch steps in at 5:01 of this Wednesday afternoon. 86 degrees here in Dodge City. The freeze pitch comes in for strike number 1 as he splits the plates against the right-handed batter, Sage Kelch. Looking at that defensive alignment for Dodge City as Freeze is ready to go on the 0-1 pitch. Sets, delivers that one in, and again finds the same location, quickly 0-2 on Kelch. Chasten Keck over at third base, Damian Rodriguez at shortstop for Dodge, Remington Miller, the second baseman, Aiden Sowers at first base. As Kelch tightens up for the 0-2 pitch, Freeze brings it in. This one driven out into left center field. That one will drop down in the grass as Sage Kelch takes a short round of first base, but a base knock for Kelch on an 0-2 pitch, sticking with it and finds some room out in left field. And it'll be nobody out and a single for Kelch, and here's Jade Poe. The crowd's starting to pick up a little bit more here at Demon Field. It was pretty empty about a minute before the first pitch.
Yes, it was.
I guess season opener for Great Bend on the road, so a little curious as well. So Sage Poe steps in, another right-handed batter, takes the first pitch for a strike. So Freeze has only delivered strikes so far. He got off to an 0-2 count on Kelch, then Kelch sent that 0-2 pitch out in the left field, and now finds the zone on Jade Poe, the starting third baseman for Great Bend. Nobody out, top of the first inning, just getting underway in Dodge City. As the A's, Matt Freeze brings in an 0-1. This one stays in tight to Poe, so first ball issued up by Freeze. That outfield for the A's, it'll be Arubio Duran, the left fielder, Tucker Smith in center, Dakota Whitman, the right fielder, and Gio Garcia behind the plates. Randy Beck takes the hat off, wipes his brow over in the third base box as he gives the final instructions to Jade Poe for the 1-1 pitch. Freeze looks down into the glove, sends it in. This one right back up the chute, and it'll be knocked down by the shortstop, Rodriguez. And he flips it over to Miller, his second baseman, for the force out. And that'll be 1 out in the top of the first inning as Poe hits into the fielder's choice.
Sage was close.
That was a pretty tight play, especially even better play by Rodriguez, knocking that one down because initially it looked like it was going to get through.
Sure did.
Rodriguez covered some pretty good ground just behind the second base bag. 1 out, top of the first inning. Runner down at first now in Jade Poe as Paco Hernandez comes in, the first lefty in this Chiefs lineup, as that one stays in tight, and Hernandez had to jump out of the way to get out of the danger zone of that one as it's picked up in the backstop by the catcher Garcia, but allows Poe to make his way down to second. Leadoff single by Kelch, then a fielder's choice by Poe. Advancing down to second now for Hernandez with 1 out in the top of the first inning. Freeze sends it in, showing bunt, and it quickly peels foul.
Sure does.
About halfway between home plate and third base as it's picked up by Keck. Dodge City, talk about Demon Field. It's been a really nice facility for a number of years. They had the artificial turf in the infield, the natural grass in the outfield, and they had that beautiful netting as well. I wish more and more high schools would go to it. Just more facilities would go to as well, the netting, instead of the chain link fence. As the pitch comes in, Hernandez, and that stays inside as Hernandez steps out of the box. A good view. They have the tall green wooden fence in the outfield that lines, and of course Memorial Stadium just behind this as Hernandez swings through this one and picks up his second strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Hernandez with the runner down at second and 1 out in the top of the first inning. Scoreless contest. Freeze brings in the 2-2 that stays upstairs, and a full count now on Hernandez, the starting first baseman for Great Bend. Freeze, Hernandez, ready to go on the 3-2 pitch. Comes in across home plate, but stays high. And it'll be a walk given up to the 3-hitter Paco Hernandez. So first and second now for Step and Spray with 1 out in the top of the first inning in a 0-0 game. It's almost that weird hiatus between seasons because you think it's not that long between the spring season and the American Legion season. It starts up for Great Bend, but it's almost a weird time off.
Yes, it is.
As this one finds the outer part of the plate to Spray for strike number 1. So Freeze early on, when he's had success, he's been able to get it away from those batters a little bit on the fastball as he gets an 0-1 count on Stephen Spray. As Spray waits for the 0-1. This one comes right down the middle but stays low, so 1 ball, 1 strike to Spray. First and second, 1 out, top of the first inning. There's the 1-1 pitch that comes in tight. 2 balls, 1 strike. The leadoff single, fielder's choice by Poe, then a walk of Hernandez. First and second for the Great Bend Chiefs with one out. Looks at the lead runner at second. Freeze brings it in outside. 3 balls, 1 strike now on Steffen. The rest of that lineup, Beck is in the hole right now, then followed by Stulsatz, Haberman, Mater, and Hopkins. The offensive lineup for Great Bend here for their season opener in Dodge City. Freeze again with a 3-1, and swinging on this one is Spray. Comes up empty now, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Spray taps home plate, gets ready for the 3-2, limbo's out of the way of this one, and he gets another walk. So back-to-back walks, loads the bases now for Great Bend as Brad Beck will make his way up to the plate, and still 1 out in the top of the first inning. When we talked about the Great Bend Panthers spring season that went 7-13 this past spring, ended up losing to Goddard Eisenhower in the regionals to close out their year just last month. Actually ended up losing 3 straight to Goddard Eisenhower as they closed out their regular season with 2 games against Ike, as the first offering to Beck finds a zone for an 0-1 count.
Yeah, that Goddard Eisenhower was tough, having to play them so many times right at the end there.
Yeah, it was good to see Mike Warren out there again.
Yes.
Former Great Bend guy, head coach at Barton Community College for 30 years. Now over at Goddard Eisenhower as Beck fouls this one off. No balls, 2 strikes to Beck. Warren, long time baseball guy in the Great Bend area. It's tough to see him leave. Then he kind of bounced around a little bit and was finding some different hobbies and wanted to get back into coaching. Now has a chance to coach his grandson there down in the Wichita area as the 0-2 pitch sails up high on Beck. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He's a good coach, and he coached his ball team well.
Yeah, he was. Over 1,000 wins.
Yes.
It was impressive. Here's the 1-2 to Beck. Cuts through on one outside and gets some swinging. So second out recorded. First strikeout for Matt Freeze. And that'll bring up Tyler Stulsatz with the bases loaded.
Bases loaded. Let's go, Tyler.
Stulsatz will be out in left field this afternoon in Dodge City as Freeze is ready to go on the first offering, coming out hacking on this one and quickly hits a foul. And the way this one is set up, there's a lot of danger zone over to the right field line with those houses. If you clip one pretty quickly, I got to imagine some insurance is pretty high here in Dodge City along the street. Right behind the middle school as this one misses, finds the outer part of the plate for strike number 2. Now no balls, 2 strikes on Stulsatz.
Yes, and you don't want to park too close to where in the left-hand field either, because you'll get in their car there. So.
Yeah, if you go down the street towards the water tower, that's a danger as well.
Yes.
Ground ball on the 0-2 pitch, fielded by the pitcher as he'll underhand it to first. So for Great Bend, bases loaded with 1 out. Unable to get anybody home as they strand all 3 in the top half of the first inning. It is Great Bend 0, Dodge City 0, getting their first crack at it as we return here on GreatBendPost.com. Appreciate you tuning in on GreatBendPost.com for our coverage of a Great Bend American Legion Baseball, the 2021 summer. A big thanks to all of our sponsors, including Venture Corporation, founded by Orville Butch Spray in the 1970s. Started out as a small asphalt plant in Larned, has grown to become one of the largest asphalt contractors in Kansas. Venture Corporation, a whole lot more than asphalt now, over 150 employees, 4 portable plants, and production of over 900,000 tons of asphalt annually. Venture Corporation. 0-0 ball game as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning, as the Great Bend Bats able to get 1 hit in the top half of the inning, as that was that leadoff hits by Sage Kelch, then a fielder's choice by Poe. Couple walks, loaded the bases for Great Bend with just 1 out. Thought they were in pretty good position, but a strikeout and a ground out ended any threats for the Great Bend Chiefs. So now defensively, Great Bend comes back out as Steffen Spray getting the starts for the season opener in Dodge City this Wednesday afternoon. And he'll face Matt Freeze, Damian Rodriguez, and Rubiel Duran. The top 3 batters here for the A's. As it'll be a righty-righty matchup between Spray and Freeze to lead things off. His counterparts on the mound, and he finds a zone on the first pitch for strike number 1. Great Bend coming out with those black t-shirt jerseys, Dodge City in the red, as this one stays high for a 1-1 count. And Coach Beck was talking about Spray, just saying kind of a cool, calm customer out there, just kind of a steady guy. You kind of know what you're going to get as he brings in the 1-1 pitch, and he checks swing, able to hold off on it as Freeze as it bounces across home plate. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Stefan is about as level as you can get.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's totally true.
You saw that in the box, too, earlier in this half inning. Just calm up there at the plate as he brings in the 2-1 pitch, and again misses up top. As it goes to 3 balls, 1 strike. Defensively behind Spray, you have Poe over at third base, Kelch at shortstop, Hopkins at second, Hernandez the starting first baseman. As Spray brings in a 3-1. Ground ball, it's fair by about a foot down the third base side. Poe gave a dive at it.
He's going to second.
Comes up empty, now making his way down to second. Throw, not there in time as a sliding Freeze gets in with a leadoff double. So on a 3-1 pitch, Matt Freeze gets the green light and drills one down the line just past Jade Poe. Finally cut off by Stulsotz out in left field and able to slide down to second for the leadoff double. So both teams getting their leadoff man on board. Great Bend had a leadoff single in the top half of the inning. Dodge City responds with a leadoff double. As Sprays tries to settle back in for his second batter, Damian Rodriguez, who cuts through an off-speed pitch for strike number 1.
That's Stefan's big, long stretch.
Yeah, a long, lengthy guy out there on the mound.
Yes, he is.
And they have that turf mentioned, and also the pitcher's mound, a turf as well, as he looks at Freeze at second base, dance around in the base path, sends in the 0-1 that skids in low. 1-1 pitch now to Rodriguez. Also defensively for Great Bend, Stulsotz out in left, getting some early activity. Haberman in center field, and then Matthew Mader over in right field. Brad Beck behind the plates for Great Bend. 1 ball, 1 strike to Rodriguez with a runner down at second, nobody out. Bottom the first inning in a scoreless game in Dodge City. Another off-speed pitch in on the hands, ground ball right side. Easy play by Hernandez, unassisted. Steps on the first base bag, now rifles one back over the third base bag through the legs of Poe, and now allow Freeze to make his way down home to score. Hernandez kind of second and third clutched that ball as he was eyeing the runner back to the third base bag after that ground ball out by Rodriguez, and then finally made the decision to rifle one across the diamond to Poe, and it goes through the wickets of Poe and into the fence here in Dodge City, and Freeze comes in to score, and Dodge City has the 1-0 lead.
It was an aggressive play, just didn't quite work.
Yeah, he was eyeing him back, and I guess they didn't respect his threats.
I guess
so he finally
not.
came through on it, as the first pitch coming in to Duran is in there on the inner part of the plate for strike number 1. 1-0 Dodge City, bottom the first inning. 1 out. Nobody on board now after Freeze able to make his way around after a leadoff double. Ooh, beautiful off-speed pitch, drops into the zone, and it quickly goes to no balls, 2 strikes on Duran. Breeze is picked up in and outs this Wednesday afternoon and getting into the evening parts. Right around 10 miles per hour in the south-southeast, gusts up closer to 20, as this one misses inside on the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Duran. Another right-handed batter in Duran. Spray ready to go. Doesn't get this one to drop into the zone, so 2 straight balls now to Duran. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the 3-hitter. Beck sets up on the inner part of the plate. Pitch comes in, fouled off, and getting out in front of it is Duran, as it stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another Beck behind the plate. I don't know if Coach Beck just trains them to be catchers, because that's a tough position to come by, but it's worked out pretty well for the Beck family, as the 2-2 pitch from Spray takes a little bit off of that one again, but drops underneath the zone and goes to 3 balls, 2 strikes. Looking for their second out of the inning, trailing 1-0. Spray brings in the 3-2 that comes off the back of Duran. And with 1 out, it'll be a runner down at first as Duran gets his free base. Gio Garcia will step into the box now for Dodge City with a 1-0 lead and a runner down at first and one out. Another right-handed batter in this lineup. As he gets his final instructions, he has Aiden Sowers, the tall first baseman, behind him on deck. As Spray trying to settle in after giving up a leadoff double, and eventually coming around to score was Freeze as he misfires on a pitch outside, and a 1-0 count now on Garcia. The righty Spray sets and delivers the 1-0 that misses up top. Back-to-back balls issued to Garcia. Of course, Great Bend, the rest of the Legion squads last year not getting an official season in, but majority of those teams went ahead and played their regular season as a quick throw to first and snapping it back over is first baseman Hernandez. But the state of Kansas and Legion made that announcement before the year started as a 2-0 pitch comes in for the inner part of the plate. 2-1 count now on Garcia. Saying that they weren't going to sponsor any zone tournaments or these state tournaments, so not a whole lot to play for outside of just trying to get a little bit better last summer.
Yeah, I was saying just playing baseball.
Yeah, exactly. It was old-fashioned baseball last year. A little bit more on the line now in 2021. As a 2-1 pitch drilled right at that shortstop. Has a chance to double him up, but throws it away from Hernandez. And he chases it down at the wall. Sliding back in was Duran. Well, Duran was probably about 15, 20 feet off the bag as Kelch made that grab, but he drew Hernandez off the bag just a little bit and eventually got away from the first baseman, so unable to convert the double play, but able to grab the second out of the inning.
And keep him on first, so that was a good job.
Good shot by Garcia coming off the bat.
It was a good shot, wasn't it?
Kelch was right in position, made one step to his left as another snap throw goes over to Hernandez, but Duran gets back in safely. Aiden Sowers at the plate, ready for his first pitch from Spray. Mentioned the starting first baseman, tall lefty, angles in on the left side of the box. Runner goes down to second. He gets Sowers to pop up and quickly going foul back to the street behind us for an 0-1 count as it'll be Duran making his way back to first on the foul ball. Well, the high was set for 88 degrees as I think we're finally starting to feel the early starts of summer. As the temperatures have been cracking the 80s consistently now 90s as well. 88 was the high set in Dodge City this Wednesday. As the 0-1 pitch from Spray outside gets him to swing. Pops out in center field. Haberman shades back a step or two and comes in with a squeeze for the final out.
Good job. Gavin?
Got the catch out in center field for Gavin Haberman. But for the Panthers, they gave up a leadoff double, eventually coming around to score. And it is 1-0, Dodge City on top after one inning here at Demon Field. We'll be back for the top of the second inning in just a moment. In Dodge City this Wednesday evening, Great Bend Legion and Baseball brought to you by a plethora of sponsors, including the Fieldhouse, premier athletic training facility. You can join them for their open gym from 8 a.m. to 1 o'clock Monday through Friday for a $5 per session. They got a lot of things going on in the Fieldhouse. Basketball, you can play some hoops, volleyball net that can go up, batting cages, pitching mounds, weights, and a lot of cardio equipment as well. The Fieldhouse in Great Bend. American Legion Baseball getting started this Wednesday for the season opener for the Chiefs. 1-0 Dodge City on top as we take it to the top of the second inning for Gavin Haberman, Matthew Mader, and Bradley Hopkins. All coming up for the bottom third of the lineup for head coach Randy Beck as the first pitch misses low for ball number 1 to Haberman. Well, Freeze, he was finding the strike zone early on against the Great Bend batters in the top half of the first inning as a 1-0 pitch comes in, and cutting on it is Haberman, and as it chops foul, 1 ball, 1 strike to the starting center fielder. He wasn't missing by a whole lot on those first couple batters, then he ended up walking both Hernandez and Spray, which eventually loaded the bases for Great Bend as the 1-1 pitch comes in a little on the upper part of the zone for strike number 2. But then after those back-to-back walks, he got back on track with a strikeout, then he got a innocent enough ground outs by Stulsatz to finish off the inning. Here's a 1-2 pitch by Freeze. Another cut by Haberman goes foul. Stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Stays alive.
And I've always found it curious in Legion ball. You talk about the strike zone, which we'll get to here in a little bit, as Freeze is ready to go on the 1-2. As the righty brings it in, stretching out on this one. Slow grounder right side. Picked up by Miller. Fields it over to first for the opening out of the inning. On the 4-3.
He was protecting the plate, afraid.
Yeah, he was on that one, too. So I've always found it interesting in, strike zones during the summer, and depending on what kind of level you're at, sometimes it gets a little bit wider during the summer. Now, it's not too bad at 86 degrees with the breeze here this Wednesday.
Right. But it does depend when the ump wants the game to end a little sooner.
Yeah, you kind of have to adjust things for your summer league game. You got to swing the bat a little bit more because you're going to get a lot of strikes called.
I would agree with that.
As Mader takes the first pitch inside for ball number 1 with the opening outs here in the first inning. Watches one outside. 2 balls, no strikes. And the zone's been consistent. I just noticed.
I agree.
For my uneducated eye, it looks a little bit wider early on, but that's how summer ball goes as the 2-0 pitch to Mader, taken all the way inside.
Get him swinging, right?
As it goes to 3 balls, no strikes. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of reward in summer league ball to stretch things out and see a ton of pitches. As the 3-0 by Mader, taken all the way. Now 3 balls, 1 strike as Freeze able to find the zone and stay alive against Matthew. 1 out, top of the second, 1-0 Dodge City. Here's the 3-1, takes the cutout on this one and comes out in front of it and takes it to a 3-2 count. After 3 straight balls by Freeze, battles back with back-to-back strikes. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Mader. Cuts this one right. That'll be the second hit of the game for Great Bend. As they take a big round to first base. Take a look as they relay it back in. So second hit of the afternoon for Great Bend comes off the bat of Mader. He's on board with 1 out in the top of the second inning.
Matthew always does better when he's got a really big full count.
He likes the pressure.
I don't know why he does that, but yes, he always does.
Well, does he do drama?
I guess no, he doesn't.
Okay, well, dramatics here on the 3-2.
Right?
Able to push one out into right field to bring up Bradley Hopkins as he takes the first pitch off the zone. Quickly steps back out. Now back in, ready to go for the right-handed batter. Mader takes his lead at first. Here's the 1-0 pitch that comes in bouncing, and Mader will get an easy grab at second base as it rolls the backstop with 1 out in the top of the second inning. So Dodge City able to score a run on 1 hit. It came on a double to lead things off in the last half inning. Great Bend picks up their second hit of the afternoon. Now Mader down at second after that pitch got away from Garcia. The 1-0 pitch, Freeze, sets, brings it in right down the middle for strike number 1 to Hopkins. Hopkins starting out at second base this afternoon. Mentioned just 11 guys out for American Legion Baseball, so you want to play, you're going to get your chance here in 2021 as this one stays beneath the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike on Hopkins. The crowd was pretty thin early on, but I think they realized just exactly what time things started as they started to arrive just right at 5 o'clock as the 3-1 pitch finds his zone. Full count again, and now for the 9-hitter, Bradley Hopkins. Looks at Mader down at second. Second glance that way. Sends in the 3-2, fought off by Haberman, and luckily the tree is able to slow that one down. And another screamer out to the residential area here in Dodge.
Yeah, those people don't have hail insurance. They have baseball insurance.
Yeah. Again at 3-2. Hopkins settled in, comes in towards home plate,
Oh,
check swing,
darn
got
it.
it back in time, but called strike 3 against Hopkins for the second out of the inning. So Mater still down at second, down to their final out here the second inning as it takes to the top of the order for Sage Kelch, who also has the only other hit for Great Bend early on as he led off the first inning with a single. Trying to bring in Mater, trailing 1-0 on the top of the second inning, rather, as Freeze brings it in. And
Good eye,
good
Sage.
fastball, but underneath the zone for ball number 1. 380 in straight center here at Demon Field in Dodge City. The corner 325 in left, 300s out in right field. But the gap's at 350 and 340 left to right as this one misses zone. 2 balls, no strikes.
It's a big field.
Big field and the fence doesn't help either.
No, and the wind tonight doesn't help.
Yeah, not going to be a whole lot of chance. You look at that outfield, especially with 2 outs, playing fairly shallow right now against Kelch as this one misses outside, and now it gets away from the catcher again, able to recover, but a bouncing
Job,
throw to
Matthew.
Kelch allows Mater to slide in safely. So Mater, after a 1-out single, a couple wild pitches getting away from Garcia, able to advance down to third, but down to their final out here for Sage Kelch, top of the second inning, 1-0 Dodge City on top. And a 3-0 count on Kelch. Eyes in the 3-0, taken all the way. 3 balls, 1 strike. Mater bounces off the bag, 4 or 5 feet. 3-1 pitch. We'll see if Kelch takes again. Takes a cut out in front of it, though. And now 3 balls, 2 strikes. So we've seen a lot of full counts already here today, especially in the second inning. Great Bend 1 for 2. I guess, in the full count situations. As now Kelch will try to drive one on the 3-2 pitch. Brought into home plate.
There's
Gets
another
underneath
hit.
it. Lofts it out to Whitman.
Oh.
And he's in there on playing shallow depth right field for the final out.
Left more runners on base
Yeah.
there, darn it.
Mater advances over to second, then eventually to third, but Great Bend strands another runner. Their 4th stranded base runner so far this afternoon after 2 innings after leaving the bases loaded in the first. 1-0 Dodge City on top. The A's will come up to the plate in the bottom of the second in just a moment. Back in Dodge City for American Legion Baseball on GreatBendPost.com. Cole Reif with you. Karen Mater joining us on the broadcast this Wednesday afternoon in Dodge City. 1-0 A's on top as Dodge City will come up to the plate in the bottom of the second. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, including Scott Mater and the Mater family, taking the opportunity to acknowledge the many athletes who represent the community well. Young men featuring tonight and learning early that success comes with sacrifice and that there are great rewards for the diligence that they put in to finish things off. Congratulations to all the members from the American Legion baseball team and the athletes and other sports who represent the community year-round from Scott Mater and the Mater family. 1-0, bottom of the second. Dodge City trying to add to that 1-zip lead as they'll have Remington Miller coming up to the plate. Their DH, and then Chaston Keck behind him along with Dakota Whitman. So Spray, who led things off, giving up a double. Off-speed pitch comes in, fouled off by Miller as he knocks it over, foul to the right side. No balls, 1 strike to their starting second baseman. Spray standing tall out on the mound, now goes into a stretch. Now another off-speed pitch, drill left side. Picked up by Kelch on a run at shortstop. Throw it to Hernandez, able to hold on as he stretches off the first base bag for the opening out. So that was a pretty routine play for Sage Kelch as he did all that on a sprint and made it look pretty easy as he comes up with a nice play defensively at shortstop. 1 out in the bottom of the second.
Good, strong fundamentals there.
So that'll bring up Caleb Miles, the DH for Dodge City, as he eyes one outside for ball number 1. Kelch had, or I should say, Spray had a battle a little bit with a few of those batters in that first inning. He ended up facing 5 as he big cut from Miles comes up empty. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hit a batter in his third person through the lineup in Duran back in the first inning. Then he got a line out and a fly out to get out of that first inning after giving up 1 run. Here's a 1-1 from Spray and a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So you're seeing the command right now, and that's what Beck was talking about before the game started, that Spray is just so, you talk about that calm demeanor of him, but also he finds the zone consistently as a 1-2. Unable to find the zone this time. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So when you have that type of pitcher on the mound that's going to be consistently in the zone, defense usually plays pretty well because they're on their toes, knowing that a lot of balls are going to be in play. 2-2, swing and a miss, and Spray picks up his first strikeout victim of the afternoon, and 2 outs recorded in the bottom of the second.
Steph can keep his cool on. He doesn't get rattled too easily.
Yeah, it works out pretty well for a pitcher as that breeze continues to ripple across the great baseball pants to Spray out tall on the mound. As now he'll face Chaston Keck, the starting third baseman for Dodge with 2 outs. Takes a hack at this one and comes up foul as he knocks it over the top of the 2 trees just to the right to the press box here in Dodge.
And the roof again.
Heard a little tin shot on that one, huh? 0-1 count. Spray sets, brings it in now to Keck. Another off-speed pitch, and it slips down in the zone. We've seen a couple of those drops right there for Spray.
Good one.
Able to locate, now gets ahead. No balls, 2 strikes to Keck. Looking for a more casual second inning as the 0-2. Slapped out to center field. It's shallow, but able to grab it as Kelch as he cones it 4 or 5 feet out on the grass in left center field. So 1-2-3 inning for Spray and the Chiefs defense as Dodge City 1 and Great Bend 0. Top of the third inning coming your way after this. Nice job. Don't worry about it, you're good. Hanging out in Ford County this Wednesday afternoon for the season opener for the Great Bend Chiefs American Legion baseball team, taking on Dodge City as they trail 1-0, but a quick second inning in the bottom half for the Great Bend Chiefs defensively, coming up to bat in the third, down by 1. Big thanks to Animal Medical Center, large or small, they take care of them all. At AMC, they strive to provide their clients with the highest quality veterinary service possible through quality examinations, accurate diagnostics, and progressive medicine and surgery with compassionate care in a clean and very friendly environment. That's AMC, Animal Medical Center, out in Great Bend on South McKinley. They had that new addition recently. It's been a nice addition for Nails Lindbergh and his staff out there, and big thanks to AMC sponsoring some Chiefs baseball in 2021. 1-0, top of the third inning, ready to go at Demon Field, as Great Bend will have near the top of their lineup going at it here in the third inning. Jade Poe, Paco Hernandez, and Steph Spray all coming up to the plate. Great Bend has out-hit Dodge City 2-1, but trail it 1-0 on the scoreboard out in right center field here at Demon Field.
And speaking of Nels Lindbergh, he and Karen are celebrating their anniversary today.
Hey, congratulations.
Yes.
There we go. I'm sure he's listening to some Chiefs baseball for their anniversary is probably what they're doing.
I'm sure.
You probably spent many birthdays and things chasing kids around.
Yes.
Jade Poe, lays off the first pitch inside for ball number 1. Swings at the 0-1, hits in the back netting. 1 ball, 1 strike to the leadoff batter here in the third, and Jade Poe. 0 for 1 this afternoon, hit into that fielder's choice back in the first inning. Eventually made his way down to third, but Great Bend stranded the bases loaded in that first inning as that one stays away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Great Bend's had their chances. Yes. Bases loaded in the first, and they had Mater down at third base with 1 out. in the second inning. Poe gets underneath this one, gives it a drive out into right field. Whitman goes back, continuing to shade over, and finally able to squeeze it in. Thought he had a pretty casual routine play initially, then he saw that quick spurt of about 5 or 6 steps and got underneath it as he got a good read on that. 1 out, top of the third inning, 1-0 Dodge City. Paco Hernandez, who started those back-to-back walks in the first inning, looking for the third hit of the afternoon for Great Bend. Chopper right side. Miller comes in at second base and flicks it over to his first baseman, Sowers, for the second out. 1-2 so far inning for Matt Freeze as Steph Spray will come up to the plate.
Steph's good at the plate here. He can get stuff started on 2 outs.
He's been consistently in that clean spot throughout the season.
Yes, he really has.
Comes up with nobody on board right now, and like Karen mentioned, trying to get something sparked here as he ducks out of the way of a high pitch inside to the right-handed batter.
And that had to be a really high pitch.
How tall do you think Spray's out there? They don't have
6'4".
6'4", okay.
Yep. Tall. He's taller than you. How about that?
Yeah, I think I'm going the wrong direction probably now in my upper age. As Spray gets a chopper going to the right side. Again, Miller comes in with a quick jog towards the edge of the infield and gets the final out of the inning. So just like Dodge City, a 1-2-3 inning for the Great Bend Bats. It is 1-0 Dodge on top as we are through 2.5 at Demon Field. In Dodge City this Wednesday afternoon, 1-0 the A's on top of the Great Bend Chiefs in the American Legion season opener for Great Bend. Bottom of the third inning coming our way shortly with Dodge City at the plate. Chiefs baseball brought to you by Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. For everything outside for your home or business, top to bottom, Empire can help remodel your space and bring your vision to reality. For every project, Empire will provide free estimates, a project timeline, and quality workmanship. That is Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. Talked about AMC expanding their business. Empire's got their structure getting built up out on East 10th Street in Great Bend as well. So just a lot of expansion for our sponsors. Fieldhouse, relatively new.
Yes.
9th Street, yeah, so seems to be the theme here for Chiefs baseball sponsors as we're ready to go for the bottom of the third. 1-0 Dodge City on top as it'll be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in Dakota Whitman, Matt Freeze, and Damian Rodriguez as this one comes in underneath the zone from Spray for a first offering of a ball to Whitman. Starting right fielder, a right-handed batter for Dodge City. Held a 1 hit so far this afternoon, but they were able to get that 1 hit around home to score for the 1-0 lead as Spray able to locate on the 1-0 pitch. Now 1-1 count to Whitman. Dodge able to score their 1 run in the first inning. They were scoreless in the second in a 1-2-3. Foul ball takes it to a 1-2 count on Whitman. I mentioned Great Bend, that top half of the third was their first inning that they actually didn't have a base runner. And the base is loaded in the first, runner down at third in the second, but got nobody on board in that third, and trying to do the same here to Dodge defensively in the bottom part of the third. Gets him to stretch out on a ball outside as he hits it in the netting again. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Whitman. Breeze is going to come in and out this Wednesday evening in Dodge City at about 10, 15 miles per hour, ranging out of the south-southeast. Spray sets on the 1-2. Another off-speed pitch drilled right back up the middle. Spray kicks it off his heel, ricochets to second baseman Hopkins, and won't be there to get it the out at first. And Spray tried to make an Olay play behind him as that ball was rifled behind the back as Spray picked up his back foot, and Coach Beck will come out and make sure Spray's okay. It's always hard to tell exactly how hard of a shot he took as it eventually ricocheted to second baseman Hopkins. Runner safe over at first base with nobody out.
Not sure if it got him in the calf or if it got him in the heel.
He has a smile on his face. That'll be the one positive here for Spray. I mentioned it's a limited roster for Great Bend with 11 guys out. And Spray seems to be in decent shape enough to stay out on the mound here at Demon Field.
It just might leave a mark.
Maybe it's going to have a spot there. Do you guys just have like bruise inspections after games?
Yes, we all do. Yes.
It's like tick inspections, but after games, just looking for new bruises.
Yep, polka dots is what we call them at our house.
2 boys, junior and senior, coming up this year. I guess you've seen your fair share. So now with the runner down at first, nobody out. Showing bunts is Matt Freeze, pulls it back, and the snap throw down to first, and able to slide back in safely as Whitman. Count as an infield single for Whitman for their second hit of the afternoon. Have tied up Great Bend in that category. But with a 1-0 lead for Dodge City in the bottom of the third. Freeze, he also has one of the 2 hits. Another quick jump throw by Spray. Nearly caught Whitman lean a little bit, but he wasn't too far off the bag as he gets back in safely. Another throw, that's not a bad idea. Spray just having a little bit of fun out there on the mound.
Keeping him in check.
Barely got off the bag, and then he had to quickly turn back around as the 0-1 pitch finds his zone again. Spray has 1 strikeout so far this afternoon. That came in the second inning as he got Miles to eventually go down on the K. Could use one here with a runner down at first and nobody out, trailing 1-0. Wind coming across the back of the jersey of Spray as he leans in to home plate. Swing and a miss by Matt Freeze as he takes it to a no ball, 2 strike count. Excuse me, 1 ball. That first pitch was a ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Freeze. He led off the first inning with a double. Eventually came around to score after a throwing error by Great Bend on the infield. On the 1-2, runner goes down. Swing and a miss to get the strikeout. Throw down to second. It's not there in time.
It's close.
Able to sneak around the backside of the bag is going to be Whitman, and a good slide by their starting right fielder. As that tag by Kelch was pretty darn close, and now Freeze goes down on strikes. 1 out for Rodriguez as he comes back up to the plate.
Cole, I think this might be Matt Freeze.
Oh, you are correct.
Sorry.
No, you're good. That's why you got better eyesight with the glasses.
Oh, yeah, I know. I tell you, old people got to wear glasses.
Probably get into that category as a big cut by Freeze comes up empty.
It all happens when you turn 30, and I know you just did that. So,
well, that was a while ago. I'm pushing my way through the mids now. So it's all down.
Watch out. Yep.
So runner down at second, 1 out. Bottom of the third inning, 1-0 Dodge City on top. So Matt Freeze is up to the plate right now against Sage Kelch. And looking for his second hit of the afternoon as he watches one stay outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Spray another off-speed pitch, able to curl it back down for a 1-2.
That's a tricky pitch. Comes from so high.
Yeah, his curve or his slider has been able to locate a number of times. He's gotten a few batters to kind of freeze there in those upper part of the zone. As you look for another similar pitch on the 1-2, brings it into Freeze, and this one stays outside. Easy layoff. And bobbling a little bit was Beck, and that'll allow Whitman to make his way down to third base. Runner at third with 1 out. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Dodge City. Freeze takes a hack at this one, quickly pushing foul as it drills off the light pole.
Bet he can't do that again.
Hey, that was a good shot. Yeah, those 4 large light poles out along the outfield wall. Then they have the 4 more, 2 on each side along the foul lines here at Demon Field. Mentioned the turf infield, the natural grass in the outfield. Those bullpen areas turfed as well. Sports Complex in Great Bend will be getting their turf underway here pretty quick in about a month.
Yes,
one
they
shot
will.
Right side, picked up by Hernandez, unassisted out at first base.
Oh, no! Now we're going to get a little pickle.
And now they get the runner in between third and
Little
home
pickle.
plate as Great Bend converges down on Whitman.
Got him.
About 5 feet off the third base bag for the final outs. Well, you talk about some luck. It was on the side of Great Bend. A ground ball picked up by Hernandez, got the second out at first. He threw it down to home about 5 feet over the top of Beck at home plate, the catcher, but it ricochets nicely off the backstop and came directly back to Beck and got Whitman in between third and home, and eventually Great Bend able to tag him out. So for the Great Bend Chiefs, after giving up a single and another hit, able to strand him and eventually tag him out in between home and third, and it's 1-0 Dodge City on top after we are through 3 here in Dodge. We'll be back in a moment. Back in Dodge City this Wednesday afternoon as we're ready to go for the top of the fourth inning. A season opener for the Great Bend American Legion Chiefs, trailing Dodge City on the road this Wednesday by a score of 1-0. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, including Eagle Tire, 10th and Main, and also 10th and Kansas in Great Bend. Full-service tire dealer and automotive repair shop. See them for oil, lube, or filter service, as well as exhaust service as well at Eagle Tire. So for Great Bend, they'll send Brad Beck to lead things off in the fourth inning, trailing 1-0. A couple hits for Great Bend as a ground ball comes high off the bat to Beck. Third baseman Keck picks it up. Long throw across the diamond, and Beck will outrun it by just a half step for Beck as he outruns the throw across the diamond, and a leadoff infield single for Great Bend, their third hit of the afternoon, trailing 1-0. And now Stulsofts will come up to the plate for Great Bend. That one came just huge hop by Beck as soon as it left his bat, and about a couple of feet out in front of home plate. And Keck was underneath it. He was ready to go, but just had to wait for it to come down, and eventually able to do so. But not there in time for the throw as they throw back over to first. Beck in safely. So I mentioned third hit of the afternoon for Great Bend. Stulsofts looking for his first, 0 for 1 as he grounded back out to the pitcher his first time up in that first inning. Looks at Coach Randy Beck down the third base side. 0-1, runner going down to second, and Beck, strike is called. Throw down to second is wide left, and Beck is now in scoring position with nobody out in the top of the fourth inning, with Dodge City leading 1-0.
That ball even took kind of a crazy path to get to second.
Yeah.
The wind caught it.
I don't know if Breeze caught that one. Not too far lifted off the ground. Ooh, strike three called on Stulsofts as he was frozen on the 0-2. So the runner down at second. Great Bend sees their first out recorded, as that'll be the third strikeout for Matt Freese. As Gavin Haberman will come up 0 for 1. He had a ground out to second base back in the second inning. A leadoff single by Beck, now down at second base, but with one out, as this one stays beneath the zone for ball number 1 to Haberman. Great Bend's kind of leaned back and forth as far as their aggressive attack on Matt Freeze here this afternoon in their season opener. As a 1-0 pitch and holding off on a check swing is Haberman on a pitch outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Here's that Dodge City wind again.
It's picking up right now. Out of the south-southeast at about 10, but gusts picking up closer to 20 as Haberman shoots this one foul. 2 balls, 1 strike now on the 7-hitter.
Oh.
Hear that crunch?
Yeah, I think that was a car.
Baseball, I mentioned this earlier I guess it was during the spring season, but as Haberman's ready to go on a 2-1. Freeze brings it in, another foul ball, 2 balls, 2 strikes as Becklot does make his way back to second. In any other sport or any other event, like the ideal thing to do is when you get to the parking lot or the streets is to get as close as possible to the facility. Baseball and softball is like the only sport out there that you try to park
as far away as you can.
As you can. Or at least in prime locations. And it used to be just a bunch of right-handers. Now you're seeing a few more lefties, so you would, as the 2-2 misses low. Now catcher Garcia can't locate it right underneath his bottom as he finally picks it up, but Beck's able to make his way down to third as Garcia was trying to locate it. And if you knew you had a bunch of righties in that lineup, you just made sure you didn't park over on the left side of the field along the street.
That is true.
There's some experience that pays off for baseball fans.
Yes.
Pitch outside, and with 1 out, runners at the corners now for Great Bend as Haberman draws a walk, and that'll send up Matthew Mader. Great Bend's had a couple chances already in the first and the second inning. The first inning, they loaded the bases with 1 out. Then a strikeout and a ground out ended any opportunity for the Chiefs. And then with 1 out, they had a runner down at third base in the second inning and were unable to bring him in. They had a pretty quiet third inning, but trying to make some noise with 1 out here in the fourth inning with first and third as Dodge City will have their first convention at the mound here at Demon Field with just 1 out in first and third for Great Bend. So leadoff single by Beck. He's down at third base now. Stulsod strikeout, and Haberman draws the walk as Matthew Mader has 1 of the 3 hits for Great Bend this afternoon with a single back in the second inning. Will step back up to the plate for Great Bend as Dodge City gets ready to go once again with that 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Doubleheader this afternoon in Dodge City. Great Bend will be back at home coming up on Friday for their first home opener against the Larned Indians. We talked about that turf coming to the sports complex and heard just Monday night that'll be as soon as July 12th to get that thing started as Mader takes the first pitch for a strike. And no balls, 1 strike on the first offering to the starting right fielder. Hell's Construction, they might be booking it here. They want to get that thing done before Christmas. And they start in July. They said hopefully, weather permitting, they could have the turf installed at the sports complex as the 0-1 comes in on the inner part of plate.
Oh, yeah, that's small ball here. Yeah.
As Brad Beck will come in from third. So catcher Garcia trying to get the runner taking second. Forgets about the lead runner at third on the throw down. Beck is able to score, and Great Bend has come back to tie it up at 1s here in the top of the fourth inning with 1 out. And Haberman was called safe down at second, so still in scoring position for Mader, but now an 0-2 pitch comes in, called as he freezes him with an off-speed dropper right down the middle, and the second out recorded here in the top of the fourth inning. For Freeze, his 4th strikeout of the afternoon here in Dodge City. Bradley Hopkins comes up to the plate now for the Chiefs, the runner down at second. Able to tie it up here in the 4th, takes the first pitch for a strike. It's been almost feast or famine for both these pitchers so far this afternoon as far as their location. They've been right on the zone, but the pitches they have missed have come away from their catcher quite a bit as he misses just tad below the zone for a 1-1 count now on Hopkins. Great Bend in search of their first lead this afternoon. Hopkins fouls it to the right side in the first base dugout where the Chiefs reside.
Hopefully they were paying attention.
That fence guard out in front of the dugout, but other than that, not a whole lot of protection down that third base and the first base side. And as a 1-2 by Hopkins, another off-speed pitch by Freeze, stays above the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hopkins 0 for 1 this afternoon with a strikeout in the second. Stands in there for a 2-2 pitch. Freeze looks over at second base.
A little plopper
down the right field side. But
foul ball. Oh, so close.
As Hopkins will have to make his way back over to home plate, and Hopperman back to second base. Had a chance off the bat, but fell halfway through its landing spot, eventually going foul for Hopkins as he comes back, grabs his bat, settles back in. Great Bend in the black and gray against the red and white of Dodge City, and the blue as well mixed in there for the A's. Swing and a pitch outside for Hopkins, and he goes down swinging for the final out of the inning. But for the Great Bend Chiefs, they led things off with a single. Beck eventually able to score on a wild throw, and the Chiefs have come back to tie it up in the top of the fourth inning. 1-1 game at Demon Field. We'll be back for the bottom of the fourth in just a moment. Hanging out in Dodge City this Wednesday evening, Cole Reif with you, Karen Mater joining us here on GreatBendPost.com. American Legion Baseball here on Great Bend Post as we're ready for the bottom of the fourth inning, 1-1 ball game between Dodge and Great Bend, as it'll be Rodriguez to lead things off for Dodge, as Spray out there on the mound as the season opener starter, as he gets the first pitch in there for a called strike one. So we've seen Spray kind of get into his rhythm a little bit after that first inning. It wasn't that he got into a ton of trouble in the first inning. He led off giving up a double as the 0-1 pitch to Rodriguez fouled off. No balls, 2 strikes. It was just that he had to labor a little bit against those batters. After that leadoff double by Freeze, got a ground out, but then he hit a batter. Then a sharp shot by Garcia, and then a fly out, but just had to work against those batters a little bit more than he wanted to start things off in the first inning. But since then, he's been pretty good. He faced 3 batters in the second, and then he faced 4 batters in the third, but eventually got a double play ball that got out of the inning to finish off that third. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Rodriguez. Stands in the right side of the box, stays tight, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's still throwing hard and still pretty accurate, so that's good.
Yeah, and his go-to so far has been that curve, as that off-speed has been able to be a pretty good killer, especially getting that strike 2 and strike 3 on a lot of batters, but misfire is outside and low. 3-2 count on Rodriguez. Rodriguez 0 for 1 this afternoon. He grounded out unassisted to first base his first time up. Takes a cut on a 3-2 out in front of it into the Dodge City dugout down to our left. Well, the A's with a pitcher warming up in the bullpen this Wednesday afternoon in Dodge. That has been any activity for Great Bend and throughout the outing so far for Spray, as he's ready to go again on a 3-2. Off speed, doesn't get it this time. There'll be a leadoff walk as Rodriguez takes his base down at first. First batter that Spray has walked. Remember, he hit Duran, who's coming up to the plate now, back in the first inning, but the first walk that he's given up. So haven't been a whole lot of free base runners for Dodge City so far this Wednesday.
Well, they've kind of had to earn them today.
Yeah, their biggest earning, I guess, would have come in that
first inning.
Yeah. Other than that, it's been pretty good. Smooth sailing for Spray and the Chiefs as the first offering to Durant skied out in the left field, quickly going foul, making his way towards the street as it pops down on a huge bounce, and an 0-1 counts to Durant.
And it's going to roll to the water tower.
Yeah, that's a pretty big hill here in Dodge City. Now, there's a quite slope up before it hits that water tower, which would be almost a straight shot off the foul line on the left field. I talked about Dodge City. This is probably especially out of the whack as the 0-1 pitch stays outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Probably one of my favorite settings for high school baseball. I know they use the facility for a number of different organizations as well, but probably one of my favorite facilities in the WAC. Just the setting, Memorial Stadium's out behind there, the football field out and beyond center field. You mentioned the water tower along the left field line. It's just almost a campus setting, if you will, although it's not the high school, but with the middle school nearby. It's a really cool setting for Dodge City, putting a number of their facilities all clumped together.
Well, see, the high school used to be right there.
That's right.
Yeah, so this was our campus, I should say.
You're a former,
Sorry.
You can say
yeah.
You're a former Red Demon. You can
yeah,
say
a long time ago, former Red Demon, but yes.
1 ball, 1 strike on Durant. Runner down at first, nobody out. Leadoff walk given up, and another off-speed pitch drops down low. 2 balls, 1 strike. And you had some activity out in this field as well, you're telling me.
I did. I tried out for the baseball team and got cut.
Okay.
They didn't have girls softball then.
Now, how many girls tried out that time?
4.
4 girls. Okay.
Yep.
Here's the 2-1 pitch by Spray, unable to locate outside again as Durant takes another ball. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Guess when they started high school softball? My freshman year in college.
That's right. This one skied.
Oh, Brad Beck.
Close to the backstop for Beck, but it'll be in territory.
He got it.
As he squeezes it down for the opening out. Good job by Beck, right on the DC logo behind home plate, able to squeeze that one in. Out number 1 in the bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1 game. Yeah, that'll be tough to swallow if you're a baseball or softball fan and you leave off for college. And hey, we're starting softball the next year, Carrie.
Yeah, we did. That's yeah. We I think that we were part of that, but that's just what I think.
Now, were there any, as the first pitch comes in now to Garcia, he drops it low, 1 ball, no strike. Now, were there any other females that tried out prior to you guys?
No.
Okay, so yeah, you definitely did start the trend.
Yeah, and we had a fast pitch softball team during the summers, but it just wasn't part of the high school yet.
1-0 pitch, unable to locate for Spray. 2 balls, no strikes. Runner down at first, 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1 game for Great Bend Chiefs. Season opener here on GreatBendPost.com. Garcia 0 for 1, but smacked it pretty hard his first time up. And this one comes off the heel or the lower part of the ankle.
Oh, wow.
For Garcia, as he'll make his way down to first. And now first and second with 1 out as Spray hits his second batter this afternoon.
And we have a runner, pinch runner.
Yeah, Garcia also doing the catching duties for Dodge City. Will get to make his way back to the dugout. As Gavin Jones will come in now for Dodge over at first base. Rodriguez, who led off the inning, down at second base now, 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1 game. Spray with runners at first and second brings in the first one to Sowers as he drills it left side, foul territory, but Poe should have room and able to come in with the catch for the second out of the inning. So no homer done on the pop-up by Sowers. 2 outs recorded in the bottom of the 4th inning with runners at first and second for Remington Miller. We were going through the lineup this afternoon. You were talking about how you knew the majority of these players, or at least knew their parents.
I do. I know their parents, and a lot of these kids I know from Matthew playing sports against them. So yeah.
Poe looks back at Spray looks back at the lead runner at second as this one shot it out to foul territory on the right side as again curls back near the houses here by Miller, and an 0-1 count to the starting second baseman. Outfield playing middle depth right now with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning in a 1-1 game with runners at first and second. Spray again, a glance at second base. Nobody guarding the bag. Finds a zone and an 0-2 count now on Miller. Breeze in and out here at Demon Field this Wednesday evening. Now the south-southeast. 0-2 pitch from Spray. Off speed. Curls outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Great Bend has out-hit Dodge City 3-2 so far tonight. Tied up on the scoreboard out in right center field at 1 apiece. Dodge City trying to stay alive with 2 outs and runners at first and second. The 1-2 from Spray.
Oh, got him.
Outside, and that'll retire the side for Spray and the Chiefs. So Dodge City, they strand a couple base runners after no hits in this inning, but a walk and a hit batter. First and second stranded. 1-1 game as we go to the top of the 5th inning in Dodge City. Back in at Dodge City this Wednesday night, 1-1 game in the season opener for the Great Bend American Legion Chiefs as they are on the road to start out the 2021 campaign. Back at home Friday for a doubleheader against Larned, as we do have a pitching change here for Dodge City, as it'll be Aiden Sowers going back on the mound as he replaces Matt Freeze, the starter. So for Kelch in that Great Bend lineup, they'll face a new pitcher to start out the 5th inning in a 1-1 game, and Kelch easily lays off a pitch outside as it goes to 1 ball, no strikes. So Garcia makes his way over to first base, the original starting catcher for Dodge City, and then Told Duran from left field will make his way behind the plate as they find the zone on the 1-0 pitch. Aiden Sowers, now a left-handed pitcher for Dodge City, brings in the 1-1 and gets Kelch out in front of this one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Great Bend able to get their run across in the 4th inning after Beck led things off with a single, came around to score on the wild throw. 1-2 count. Kelch, and Sowers sends it in. Hell, we got him. Got him on the inner part of the plate as it'll be a strikeout victim to lead things off for Sowers. And 1 out in the top of the 5th inning for Jade Poe.
Jade ended the regular baseball season, high school baseball season, on a real hot note. He was just hitting very well. So let's get him started tonight again.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing. We talked about that, the high school season, as he eyes one outside, 1-0 for Poe, going 7-13, and, you know, kind of the rough finish, losing those 3 straight to Ike, but they were really good. But, you know, at 7-13, we talked about the room for improvement, but they did show signs. There were some stretches there. You thought, okay, they're kind of putting things together, as, again, 1 misses outside, 2 balls, no strikes to Poe. And for a team that we mentioned is not necessarily a young team, because they have a lot of juniors and seniors for this Senior Legion team, but just inexperienced, but a lot of teams kind of in that same boat, I guess, with last season getting wiped out as this one stays tight. 3 balls, no strikes to Poe.
COVID did a lot of bad things.
Very much so. Finally starting to get to the other side of the tunnel as it'll be a 4-pitch walk to Poe. So with 1 out in the top of the 5th inning, Aiden Sowers coming in on relief for Freeze. Gives up his first walk as now Paco Hernandez will come up to the plate. Hernandez 0 for 1 so far tonight. He drew a walk back in the first, then grounded out to the second baseman his last time up. Showed bunt, then had a limbo out of the way as that one came in tight for the first ball for an offering to Hernandez. Yeah, I can't even imagine, even like as a parent, as a player, as a coach, getting that news last year that your season was wiped out as Hernandez drills this one foul, so will make its way to the street once again. And I don't know if I parked far enough back.
I think you're okay.
Pretty safe on that one, but it's getting a little bit closer as Hernandez steps back in for a 1-1 pitch.
With COVID, we just never knew. We didn't know. Yeah. You just, do we buy baseball cleats or do we do that? Do we? Yeah, who knows? Who knew?
This is outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. At least able to play some Legion ball last year.
Yep. It felt normal again. We didn't have to wear masks, so that was nice.
Yeah. And the 2-1 pitch, Hopper going to the right side. Pitcher comes up. Sowers has it, flicks it to first for his only play as the runner will make his way down to second, but the 2 outs recorded in the 5th inning as Jade Poe makes his way down to second. Outside of the 2 of the 3 hits for Great Bend, you haven't even seen too many big shots. Kelch had that nice finding spot to left center field his first time up. Then you saw Mater get a good shot out into right center field. But other than that, it hasn't been a ton of really good contact for either one of these teams as the breeze continues to come in. Stephen Spray fouls one straight down. 0-1 count on Steph, the starting pitcher for Great Bend in this 1-1 game. Spray also 0 for 1 with a ground out and drew a walk his first time up in the first. That ground out to second came in the 3rd inning as this one stays in tight around the ankles to Spray. 1 ball, 1 strike. Poe pushes off the second base bag with 2 outs in the top of the 5th in a 1-1 game. Spray keeping that bat hovering around his shoulder again, has to jump out of the way of this one as it comes in low towards his feet. 2 balls, 1 strike to Spray. Reaching that breeze out of south-southeast as the 2-1. Shot
nice
foul.
Poke.
As that continues to shoot out over to the street to our right. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Spray with a runner down at second. Now, how many people were trying out that year you tried out for Dodge City? They have a big cluster?
Of girls or boys?
No, just total.
There was a big,
a lot?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hit a baseball to save my life.
Ooh, that one slipped out of the grip of Sowers. Good stab by Duran, this new catcher for Dodge City, as he pulls it back in, keeps the runner at second.
We were cut early, too. But they had to let us try out, you see.
Sometimes you just try to hide those weaknesses,
yeah.
But I guess in a try,
no.
Eventually they're going to find it. Huh?
Yeah.
Here's the 3-2 pitch, stays outside, and with 2 outs, Spray makes his way down to first. Now first and second for Great Bend as Brad Beck, 1 of 3 batters with a hit this afternoon, will come up to the plate with 2 outs in the top of the 5th in a 1-1 game. Beck was given that infield single his last time up, so mentioned the 3 hits for Great Bend, 2 pretty good contact. Beck able to make his way on board, maybe able to outrun the play to first as he takes the first pitch for a strike. So 1 for 2 for Beck, strike out in the first, the single came in the 4th, where Great Bend eventually got their run in, and now a pitch gets away from Duran, and now both runners move up 90 feet, 2nd and 3rd for Great Bend in a 1-1 game with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Beck creeps in a little bit closer to the plates on the 1-1 pitch, eyes it in low, 2 balls, 1 strike. Legion ball, everyone just kind of carpooling together, coming over to Dodge for the fairly short trip as this one stays tight to Beck. 2 balls, 1 strike to Brad. For Great Bend and the Chiefs, they don't have to go too far outside of that Lincoln, Nebraska trip that'll come up in early July. Beck swings at this one, ground ball. Shortstop will have it, makes a long throw out of the hole.
I think he's safe.
And Poe will come in to score. Beck outruns a second one for an infield hit, and that gives Great Bend their first lead of the game as Poe comes in to score. 2-1 Great Bend with 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning.
Good hustle by Brad.
And Rodriguez did everything that he could at shortstop.
Yes, he did.
Made a good fielding play towards his right and had to make a strong throw off the run. And almost against his body as well. Just couldn't get it there in time for the out. And now swinging on the first one is Stulsatz. Pops up. Breeze picks up a little bit here in Dodge. Second baseman Miller, though, underneath it, just in front of the second base bag to squeeze in the final out of the inning. But for the Great Bend Chiefs, they pick up another hit in the 5th inning. And it's an RBI single by Beck and a 2-1 lead for Great Bend as we are through 4.5. Back to Demon Field in a moment. Two-1 ball game, and Great Bend on top in their season opener for the Legion baseball team as Dodge City will come up to the plate in the bottom of the 5th inning. Caleb Miles will lead things off for Dodge. Big thanks to Zip Stop. All your convenient items at Zip Stop at 10th and Main and 10th and Grant in Great Bend and on Santa Fe and Ellenwood. You can save money with every fuel purchase when you pay with cash at Zip Stop. 2-1 ball game, Great Bend on top. Miles leading things off against Spray and gets a swing. Pops it over the right side, foul territory. Hernandez continues to move over closer to the dugout and brings it in for the first out. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Spray and the Chiefs defense as we go to the next batter for Dodge City and it's Chasten Keck. Keck will watch one outside for ball number 1. Dodge City got out to the early lead as Keck gives this one a ride, but it'll quickly go foul over the top of the bullpen area down the left side. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Scored that first run in the bottom of the 1st inning for Dodge City, then 3 straight scoreless innings after that, and have seen Great Bend score 1 in each of the last innings as Keck watches one drop inside. Now 2 balls, 1 strike. Keck 0 for 1 this afternoon as he popped up to shortstop Kelch back in the 2nd inning as he awaits his 2-1 pitch from Spray, and he zooms one in on a fastball for a 2-2 count. Spray looking for another strikeout, but he gets a tomahawk cut at this one from Keck as he pushes this one out foul to the right side. So a little bit behind on this pitch out after being out in front of the early foul ball, and stays at 2 balls, 2 strikes for Keck. Starting third baseman for Dodge City. That's Great Bend starting to make a little bit more noise with the bats, and again he skies one out to left field. It'll pop down on the road here in Dodge and stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
We're gonna have to stop play pretty soon to retrieve all these balls.
That's usually what the youngsters are good for. It looks like maybe 9 or 10-year-old is making his way slowly out there towards the street to grab that one. As Spray brings in a 2-2, he froze him, but never able to get it across home plate, and it'll go to a full count now on Keck with 1 out. Having a battle against Keck after getting a one-pitch out on Miles on a pop-up to lead off the inning. As here is that 3-2 pitch, and it stays upstairs for a one-out walk.
That's so frustrating as a pitcher, isn't it?
Full count pitch. Unable
battled,
to
and then, yeah.
I can imagine. They never trusted me on the mound. I usually landed out in right field.
I was a catcher, so
okay.
I gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
You had a little bit more responsibility than I did, unless there's a rare lefty that came up to the plate and I had to look alive for a little bit.
They didn't trust me at the mound either, so I just never left the home plate. That's all.
Well, there you go. Here's the first offering now to Dakota Whitman as he comes through this one with a big hack, but comes up empty. No balls, one strike. Runner down at first as Keck will make his steps away from the first base bag. Hernandez guarding the bag. This one slapped out in left center field. Going back.
Gavin's ready.
Squeezes it in for the second out. Well, it came strongly off the bat of Whitman initially, but a great job by Haberman, able to track that one down in left center field, deep left center field, and comes up with the second out of the fifth inning.
And Grandma Haberman was very excited.
She was happy about the short trip, getting out of the house.
Yeah.
A lot of people were for the start of the season.
Yes.
As Tucker Smith will come up to the plate as he eyes one outside from Spray.
Spray's letting him hit the ball. That's okay.
Yeah, that was the MO. I mean, you talk about
right.
What a pitcher does and some of his strengths. As a 1-0 out in front of it is Smith. And now 1-1 count. Especially at the high school level, you can just pitch strikes.
Yes.
Feel pretty good about your chances.
Sure.
Especially for those teams that haven't seen you a whole lot, knowing that you're going to have to swing the bat a little bit more, as this one unable to locate the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike on Smith. Runner down at first, but 2 outs for Dodge City and a 2-1 game in favor of Great Bend as Spray will step off the rubber and rethink this 2-1 pitch now to Smith. And Smith was as he awaits the 2-1 and stays outside, he was the guilty party that I messed up the lineup earlier because they can actually go all the way through with their 10 batters, and you can bat 10 here in the Legion style, but obviously with the DH in that lineup as well. So Smith getting in there as the 10th hitter, swings through a pitch up top.
Oh,
pitch goes to 3.
yes,
throw down to
they
first.
got him.
They got him. Oh, what a play. A snap throw by Beck over to Hernandez, and they get the runner down at first to finish off the inning. So Great Bend will hold on to their 2-1 lead through 5 innings. We'll take it to the top of the 6th right after this. Two-1 lead for Great Bend Chiefs in their season opener on the road in Dodge City this Wednesday evening. Top of the 6th inning coming our way. Big thanks to Smith Supply. Smith Supply, LLC, proud to serve the independent oil and gas operators of Mid-America and offers a full-service pump shop and after-hours accessibility. Call Smith Supply for oil, country, tubular goods, artificial lift systems, downhole equipment, surface equipment, and gas pumping engines. 2-1 lead for Great Bend as we lead off the 6th inning for the Chiefs. As it'll be Gavin Haberman, who had a nice play defensively out in center field in the top half of the inning, and comes up to the plate for Great Bend to lead things off, playing with their first lead of the game after getting a run across after Brad Beck had an RBI single in that 5th inning. Eventually brought in Poe to score, now on top 2-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that one cuts inside on the inner part of the plate to Haberman as he falls behind. One ball and 2 strikes here on Haberman. Haberman 0 for 1 this afternoon as Sowers delivers one outside on a fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A ground out for Haberman. Also drew a walk his last time up back in the 4th inning. Sowers, the new pitcher, lefty, gets in tight, but Haberman able to acrobatically get out of the way of that one as it takes it to a 3-2 count.
He chose not to take one for the team.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
I don't either. That would have hurt.
We talk about summer ball as well. That's probably goes into those other rules. You're not sacrificing the body quite as much. Here's that full count pitch. A ground ball, left side. Rodriguez picks it up, takes his time. Wild throw over the top of the first baseman. Hits off the wall, then curls in, or should say out of play. So he'll get another bag here for Haberman. So Great Bend reaches on a throwing error. Rodriguez did an excellent job fielding it out at shortstop and took his time, gathered himself, and tried to make the throw, but just left his hand very high. And it goes over the top of the first baseman and then eventually out of play as it ricochets off that yellow line on top of that green fence here in Dodge City and goes out of play. So now down to second for their leadoff batter for Great Bend, and here's Matthew Mater.
It was a really strong throw.
Yeah, he had a lot on that one. Luckily for ground rules, as otherwise I think Haberman would have been able to make his way home.
Right.
Misses its spot on the first pitch to Mater. Sowers ready to go on the 1-0 pitch. Showing bunt. Mater puts down a nice one to the first base side. He'll try to outrun the pitcher, but he gets tagged out 10 feet in front of the first base bag. But yeah, he lays down the sac bunt as that'll move up Haberman to third base, and now just 90 feet away from getting another insurance run here for Great Bend on top 2-1.
That's small ball, isn't it, Cole?
That's pretty good small ball. That was initially I thought he had a chance to run that one out, but Sowers did a pretty good job coming off the mound to pick that one up and eventually tag him out about 10 feet in front of the bag. So Chavez, who replaced Hopkins at second base defensively in the last half, comes up to the plate for his first cut and comes up empty. Oh, no balls, 1 strike now to Chavez. And this one gets away from the catcher, but Haberman will stay at third, and that's those good ricochets. Great Bend was the beneficiary earlier on a good ricochet that eventually tagged up a runner between third and home, and Whitman, as the throw went over the top of Beck, but it came right back to him, and they got the runner in between third and home. And now here comes the 1-1 pitch called. Strike 2 on Chavez with a runner down at third base with 1 out.
I think the backstop is more like a backdrop.
I would agree. It's almost like a foam when it comes off. I mean, they have the pad that lines up that cement. And you saw that, and that pad only goes, it curls around a home plate, then probably about
dugouts.
20 feet to the left. And I don't think it goes all the way down. I think it still has the cement as it gets closer to the dugouts. As a 2-2 pitch, Chavez, he drills this one foul. Stay at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Battling.
So a sac bunt by Mater gets a runner down at third with 1 out. Top of the 6th inning, 2-1 Great Bend on top of Dodge City. And takes a cut at one upstairs, comes up empty. That'll be the 2nd out of the inning for Chavez, and now Kelch will come up to the plate. It's been a cooling breeze this Wednesday night in Dodge City out of the south-southeast, 10-15 miles per hour. Cooling off that 86-degree weather here in western Kansas as Kelch is awaiting the first one from Sowers. Off-speed pitch stays high for an opening ball.
I think it's gotten cooler just because the clouds have kind of gone away and it's not quite as humid.
Yeah, still about an hour away from, a little over an hour probably from sunset. The start of that here in Dodge. As a 1-0 pitch to Kelch in tight, gets away from the catcher. Runner coming down. Haberman will speed in for another run for Great Bend and a 3-1 lead for the Chiefs.
They did not get the lucky bounce.
No bounce on that one. That one died.
That one died.
So Great Bend, they have one RBI single off the bat of Beck. Other than that, they've been able to score on either a wild throw or just getting away from the catcher. But Great Bend will take it in their season opener on a 3-1, fouled off by Kelch as he takes the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Kelch with that half tucked in T-shirts. Steps back in the box for a 2-1 pitch. Nobody on board with 2 outs. Slips it outside for Sowers. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Or excuse me, 3-1. Here's that 3-1 from Sowers. Drilled right side.
Nice
Ground ball
hit.
past a diving Miller at second base. And that'll be a single now for Sage Kelch as he picks up his second hits of the afternoon, the 4th for Great Bend. And that'll bring up Jade Poe in a 3-1 game in favor of the Chiefs with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. They have battled with 2 strikes.
Yes, they have.
A pretty good job so far throughout the afternoon. Haven't had a ton of hits in either one of these clubs, a ton of hits to show for, but
Just battled.
Great Bend hanging in there, have a 3-1 lead. Post
Another-
at the first
another-
offering. Ground ball goes to second baseman, and he gets the outs at first base. So for Great Bend, they get another run here as they put their lead out to 3-1. A sac bunt, and eventually a wild throw. Able to score Haberman from third base. It is Great Bend 3, Dodge City 1 through 5.5 here at Demon Field. Here in Dodge City, 3-1, a Great Bend on top in their season opener on the road against Dodge. 3-1 game as we take it to the bottom of the 6th inning. Big thanks to Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine. Get your life back. 3 locations, Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine can take care of you in Hayes, Larned, and Great Bend. Their focus with each patient is to go beyond the simple symptom relief at Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine. 3-1, Great Bend on top. Appreciate you joining us here on GreatBendPost.com. Cole Reif, Karen Mater joining us as Smith hits this one on the first offering from Spray. A slow roller, unable to make the play, is Poe at third base. Just slow roller, not expecting. It wasn't a bunt by any means for Smith, but comes off the bat slow. Poe unable to chase that one down. It'll be an infield single for Smith. Technically the 10-hitter for Dodge City as they go back to the top of the lineup for Matt Freeze. Freeze 1 for 2 with a double so far here tonight for Dodge City. A double came to lead things off where Dodge City has scored their lone run as he takes the first pitch for a strike from Spray. Spray might be one of those guys kind of, as the game goes on, he gets a little bit stronger, gets a little bit better.
I would agree. Finds his rhythm.
As he's been in a pretty good groove as he makes an attempt over to first base, but back in safely as Smith. Mentioned Dodge City's lone run came in the first, scoreless 4 innings after that. Great Bend has tacked on 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 1 in the 6th to take their 3-1 lead. Smith goes down to second, but he'll have to come back after Freeze knocks this one to the backstop for an 0-2 count with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th. Dodge City has been able to get their leadoff batter on board in 3 of the 6 innings now, in the 1st and the 4th, and then now here in the 6th inning after Smith led things off with a single. Freeze awaits the 0-2. Spray takes his time, snaps it back over to first, back in safely as Smith. Spray just playing around with Smith over at first base.
Getting him tired.
Yeah, there you go. Keeps Hernandez alive over there as well. Here comes the 0-2. Ground ball high. Hop off the infield. Poe comes in charging. Deep throw out of the hole. Does he get him? Yes. Now
did we get
attack him?
I think
yes,
so.
sir. What a play by Great Bend.
Yes,
Poe
it
comes
was.
in sprinting. Gets a runner at first and then a throw back down to third as the runner was Smith was trying to advance down to third. Now they might call Freeze safe at first, and he does outrun the play. So they get safe at first, but Great Bend gets their lead runner trying to advance down to third base on a beautiful throw by Hernandez.
And Sage covered third well, too.
Yeah.
That was good thinking. Jade was up making the play.
So Freeze able to get on board with another infield single here for Dodge City, as that one comes in for strike number 1 to Damian Rodriguez. But then Smith trying to turn back-to-back 90-feet stretches, unable to get there to third base as Great Bend has a beautiful dart down from Paco. 3-1, Great Bend on top. Runner goes down to second. This one bloops out to right field but goes foul. And over to the bullpen area by Great Bend. He'll come back for the 0-2 count. Rodriguez 0 for 1 so far tonight in the first game of the doubleheader between the Dodge City and Great Bend clubs. A ground out to the first baseman his first time up, then drew a walk last time up in the 4th inning. Spray looking for another strikeout. We've seen him come a little bit more here as of late as he continues to worry about the runner down at first. Had a strikeout in the 2nd, in the 3rd, in the 4th. Unable to strike out anybody in the 5th, so 3 Ks so far for Steph Spray. In position to get the win in their season opener on top 3-1. Rodriguez drives one out into left center field. Haberman underneath this one, squeezes it in for the second out, and the runner stays at first base for Dodge City here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The way they have that set up from our perspective, it almost looks like the Memorial Stadium visitor section looks like center field bleachers as it curls all the way underneath the wall from our perspective. But
I never thought of that, but you're
not
right.
The case. Yeah, they could put some more bleachers
That'd
up
be
along
fun,
the home
wouldn't it?
side, and you could double dip for baseball and also football.
Let's have them turn around.
Yeah. Here's Duran up to the plate. Runner again goes on the first pitch. Calling for a strike. Pretty good throw by Beck, but just a little bit left of the bag, sliding into the right. It's Freeze as he makes his way down to second base safely with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Duran 0 for 1 as well for Dodge City. He was hit by a pitch in the 1st inning, then popped up to the catcher's last time up. Big lead for Freeze over second base. Now takes off. Nobody guarding the third base bag as Poe tried to get there quickly late. Unable to do so, so Freeze moves down to third as the pitch misses the zone. He had a pretty big hop before Spray even released that ball.
Yes, he did.
He
was already halfway there.
1 ball, 1 strike to Duran, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning, 3-1. Great Bend on top, coming from behind, trailing 1-0 through the first 4 innings before getting that run in the 4th to tie it, 1 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th. Spray unable to locate, 2 balls, 1 strike. Poe stays off the bag with 2 outs, not worried about the runner. As Spray steps off the rubber and will rethink a 2-1 offering to Duran. Mentioned the defensive switch for Hopkins at second base. Chavez is over there now for Great Bend. Here's that 2-1 pitch. Gets a sky up left side, a mile up. Poe in foul territory. He's called off, and Kelch comes up with a grab 10 feet off the line in foul territory for the final out. So for Dodge City, they get a hit in the 6th inning by a stranded runner at third base and trail it 3-1 on their home field for Great Bend season opener in American Legion Baseball. Great Bend 3, Dodge City 1. Back to Demon Field in a moment. Hanging out in Ford County this Wednesday night, Cole Reif with you, Karen Mater joining us on GreatBendPost.com for Legion baseball throughout the 2021 season. Chiefs in their season opener in Dodge City on top by a score of 3-1 as we take it to the top of the 7th inning, as it'll be Hernandez, Spray, and Beck all due up for the Chiefs after they are looking to get their season started last Tuesday against the Larned Indians, but that game getting called off. So season opener here on the road against Dodge City. They'll have their makeup game with Larned, as they'll play the Indians a couple times this year in 4 games, a couple doubleheaders, including this Friday, as that'll be at the Sports Complex for 6 and 8 o'clock start times against the Tribe. And then Great Bend, a somewhat mystery game on Wednesday against Hayes, as they'll take on the Hayes Eagles coming up next Wednesday, as that one got away from Sowers, the first offering Hernandez, as that one about 10 feet behind the back of Hernandez, the left-handed batter. So 1-0 starts now for Hernandez as the next pitch comes in on the outer part of the plate. That's what we call the Legion zone, Aaron.
Okay, I'm with you. That's summer zone. Okay.
Yeah, summer zone.
Okay, and see, that's why I need to be on the radio. I keep my mouth shut.
In and out.
Yeah.
1-1 pitch misses outside this time, so it goes to 2 balls, 1 strike.
Because I think the umpire is one of my former classmates' sons, too, so I need to be nice.
Here's the 2-1, a swing and a miss by Hernandez. The mystery game for Hayes, we know they're playing the Eagles. We just don't know where the game's at. We don't know what the start times are a week from tonight. We don't know if the game's in Hayes or if it's in Great Bend.
Don't know.
And not an error on our part either. It's true. Nobody knows.
Just nobody knows.
As Hernandez comes up swinging and missing on a 2-2 offering, and the first out is in the books here in the top of the 7th inning, as that'll send up Stephen Spray. So Freeze got the start this afternoon. He went 4 innings, gave up 3 hits a run, walked 3 batters, had 4 strikeouts. As now Sowers trying to make his way through his 3rd inning. Here's a ground ball right side, picked up on the line. It's a fair ball, and it'll be an unassisted out. As a great job by Dodge City coming up on the play, Garcia.
I thought that was going to bounce right over him,
but
it didn't.
Garcia had enough hops to bring that one back down. And now 2 outs in the top of the 7th for Brad Beck. Beck, back-to-back singles. Both have been on the infield variety as he gives that one a ride, but quickly curling foul off the top of the bullpen cage. And goes behind, no balls, 1 strike. Struck out his first time up, then a single in the 4th and a single in the 5th. And both of them, he had to outrun the play at first base on an infield poke. 0-1. He pops this one up over to the right side and quickly peels foul. No balls, 2 strikes now to Beck.
He's swinging.
He is cutting. We saw a variety of that early on through the middle part of this game, where Great Bend was kind of off and on as far as their aggressive attack at the plate as he holds off on a pitch inside. Now, a left-handed batter, I think he gets that call on the Legion zone.
Still the summer zone?
The summer zone.
Okay, gotcha.
A right-handed batter, that's a ball. So now 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Sowers brings in another one well outside, evens it up at 2 apiece. Nobody on board with 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning. Great Bend holding on to a 3-1 lead as that one snagged inside by Duran, the replacement catcher, after they shuffled around with their new pitcher. And Beck is battled back for another full count. Sowers, the lefty, brings it in.
Oh.
Beck shoots this one out into shallow center field. Smith comes in, calls everybody off, and grabs it for the final out of the inning. So a 1-2-3 inning for Great Bend. But they lead it, heading to the bottom of the 7th, looking for a season-opening win, on top by a score of 3-1 at Demon Field. Bottom of the 7th inning coming our way in Dodge City for the season opener for the Great Bend Chiefs American Legion baseball team. 3-1 lead for Great Bend as the Chiefs will try to close things out. So with Paco Hernandez out on the mound for the 7th inning, so he replaces Stephen Spray. Spray in position to get the win as he goes 6 innings as he gives up 4 hits, the 1 run. Ended up hitting a couple batters and also walked 3 batters here and 4 strikeouts for Spray on the outing. So a good outing for Spray to start out the season for Great Bend, as now Paco will try to close the door as he'll face that middle part of the lineup. Garcia, Sowers, and Miller all due up in the bottom of the 7th with Great Bend on top by a score of 3-1. As now home plate umpire takes a timeout and now settles back in and ready to go. So Hernandez, both teams switching for the lefties. Now in the 7th inning for Great Bend as Paco misses up top for ball number 1. So Spray makes that angle shift over to first base after being the starting pitcher for Great Bend as Hernandez can't locate on the second offering. 2 balls, no strikes. Garcia 0 for 1, a line out to short at the 1st inning and was hit by a pitch back in the 4th inning as the 2-1 pitch comes in tight. As that goes to a 3-0 count now from Paco Hernandez to Garcia. That pitch count still in effect for Legion balls. A 3-0 pitch drops into the zone and staying alive is Hernandez. As you got to feel Spray was probably north of 90 pitches.
Probably, yeah.
Getting close to that cutoff at 105. So his day comes to a close coming into the 7th. 3-1 pitch by Hernandez, misfires outside, trailing 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Dodge City gets their leadoff batter on board. Here comes Aiden Sowers.
Lefty against lefty.
Great Bend, they used to have that, just a stable of pitchers, it seemed like, even just a few years ago, where they had a ton of options. You talk about starters and even relievers.
Yep.
As that one hits the outer part of the strike zone for the first offering now to Sowers. And unfortunately for that really talented group last year, unable to compete. And they had a really good senior class, talking about Alex Schramer and Sapizi was on that team. That one, did it come across the jersey? Yeah. So a walk given up to the leadoff batter in Garcia. Sowers has this one skim across the jersey. And now first and second with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Great Bend clinging to a 3-1 lead, but getting interesting right now as Remington Miller will come up to the plate.
You guys have to create a little drama.
You said they're good on the 3-2 pitches. Now we'll see the little more drama late in the ball game.
Darn it.
With nobody out as Paco coming on relief. We talk about the pitch count, and Great Bend Tribune sports editor Jim Mizuno says Spray was about 93 pitches.
Okay.
So he was pretty close to that cutoff at 105. That's the tough thing about, even the spring season, but
Legion ball, it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, just scheduling games.
Yes.
You got to schedule it around your pitch counts.
Pitching, absolutely.
And that's fine. You don't want to maybe overload the kids in a month and a half, 2-month stretch. Right. But at the same time, really limits how many games you can schedule and kind of takes away from those tournament weekends you're talking about a little bit.
Yes. Oh, and everybody better pitch.
Yeah, I mean, you better have 5 or 6 pitchers if you're going to play 3 games in 3 days, and sometimes more in those tournaments.
Yep, for sure.
Tough spot as everyone reconvenes, but Miller steps out of the box for a time before he sees his first pitch from Hernandez. First and second for Dodge City. They haven't had a whole lot of life on the base path in the last couple innings, but coming to life in the 7th, down 3-1, as Miller just trying to alter the throw by Hernandez, at least appearing to show a bunt. Pulls it back on a pitch outside and takes ball number 1. First and second for Dodge City. 3-1, Great Bend on top after trailing 1-0 through the first 3.5 innings. Miller awaits the 1-0 pitch by Hernandez, looks at the lead runner at second, again puts the bunt down, lays it down first side, but just does roll foul. That would have been a nice one as he tries to bring up the runners to both second and third, but instead comes back for a 1-1 count. I mentioned the dimensions here at Demon Field. I haven't seen a ton of long balls so far by either one of these clubs, especially with the breeze as well coming in out of the south-southeast. And right now, Miller just trying to lay down a bunt to move everybody up 90. 1-1 count Hernandez looks down at second, sends it in, bunt show, but sails high. 2 balls, 1 strike.
No outs. No outs. This makes me a little nervous.
Great Bend's been able to turn a double play. They could use one right now, leading 3-1 with runners at first and second. Both runners take pretty liberal leads with nobody guarding the first or second base bag, showing bunt. The corner's creeping in a little bit. Poe can't come in too much with that lead runner at second. But Spray is creeping in closer and closer as Hernandez unable to locate again. 3 balls, 1 strike. Great Bend with a free base, but nobody out. Hernandez looking to cause some damage here and stay alive on the 3-1. Shows bunt. Laid down up the middle. Hernandez makes a throw over the third, and Great Bend gets a lead runner. Well, would have been a tough play to boot to first base as Chavez was coming over from second to cover the bag as Spray was coming in on the bunt from the corner. But a rifle of a throw by Hernandez gets the runner at third for the force outs, and 1 gone. Same situation with runners at first and second.
They knew what they were going to do.
Yes, that's a play by Hernandez and the crew.
Yep, executed it well.
And Spray again staying up close, about 5 feet in front of the bag, shading off to the right a little bit with a runner behind him. As now it'll be Caleb Miles, comes up cutting through the first pitch and out in front of it, 0-1. With a massive cut by Miles, Spray will scoot back a little bit on the first base bag line, as he's not as concerned of the bunt now by Miles. The DH, 0 for 2 tonight, comes into a situation with 1 out, bottom of the 7th, down 3-1, and runners at first and second. Hernandez waits, now sets, brings in the 0-1, unable to locate outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Just a little outside.
Just a little. Wasn't close enough to the Legion,
I noticed that.
Legion zone. Paco with a long hair coming out of that black and white cap. Pushed up through the breeze here in Dodge City. Steps off the rubber and eyes Sowers back to the first base bag. Garcia led the inning off with a walk. Then Sowers got hit by a pitch. And Miller hitting into the fielder's choice. Here's Miles with first and second and 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. Great Bend just trying to get out of the damage early on.
Yeah.
As Hernandez sinks 1 in for strike number 2.
Paco has a good pickoff. He does.
Yeah,
they're just watching him.
Yeah, those lefties have a pretty good advantage point.
Yes, they do.
He's having even a pretty good look over at second base, but no one guarding the bag again. You see Chavez and Kelch dancing around behind the runner right now for Kelch, as now Miller steps out and calls time. First and second for the red and white Dodge City Club.
Oh,
and
heads.
pokes this one over the right side, just stretching the barrel of the bat across home plate, and quickly goes foul out in front of the concession stand here at Demon Field. Stays a 1 ball, 2 strikes on Miles. Mentioned 0 for 2 here tonight. As Dodge City winding out of time here with the bottom of the 7th inning in a 3-1 game. Hernandez again, strike 3 called. Miles unable to get the bat off the back of his shoulder, and Hernandez burns 1 in for the 2nd out of the inning.
Grandma Hubbleman was very excited about that one, too.
Good crowd on hand for Great Bend as the Chiefs fans are here well in advance for the start of this one. They're just ready to get some baseball going in 2021. And now it'll be Jason Keck coming up to the plate, starting third baseman for Dodge City, and takes the inner part of the plate. Strike number 1 for Hernandez. So Spray in position to get the win, going 6 innings, leading 3-1 coming into the 7th. Hernandez trying to save this one off for Great Bend. And with runners at first and second, but able to battle back with 2 outs, and gets a foul tip off of Keck's bat to the backstop. No balls, 2 strikes.
2 outs. Paco just needs to finish this one.
He's picking up steam on that fastball.
Yes, he is.
And gets ahead, no balls, 2 strikes on Keck, who's 0 for 1 with a walk and a pop-up. And now time again. That's probably been the one thing we've seen from Hernandez, but with runners on base, he's definitely taking his time out on the mound, and that kind of freezes up those batters in the box. Everybody likes their rhythm. Everybody likes their routine. 0-2 pitch, and off speeder goes outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Brad did a nice job of stopping that ball, too.
He hasn't had a whole lot get by him.
Nope.
Outside of a couple throws over the top of his head.
Yeah.
He's pretty much nails here today in Dodge City to start things out. Hernandez looking to strike out the side. 1-2 pitch comes in. This one flied out in the left field. Stolzatz goes back in foul territory as it lands down into the bullpen area for Great Bend. Dodge. Stolzatz, Haberman, Mater out in the outfield for Great Bend. Haven't seen a whole lot of activity for the outfielders for either one of these two teams on a breezy day. Again, a 1-2 pitch. Paco looking down at second. Sends it in towards home plate. That's going to be a blue hit over the top of the second baseman.
Get it in! They need to get it in!
Sowers will come in to score. Brings it to a 3-2 game. Great Bend does get it to the infield to keep Miller down at third base. So they hold on to their lead, but with 2 outs, Dodge City stays alive as Keck hits a blue pit out in right center field.
Edwin would have had that had he been about 6 foot taller.
Yeah, he would have had a chance at that one, but
only if he had been about 6 foot taller.
Tough read on that one coming off the bat as well.
Yep.
That was going to drop, and eventually made that read, but just too late for Chavez over at second base. So now first and third for Dodge City. Tying run down at third base in a 3-2 game. Hernandez brings in the first one to Whitman and gets strike 1 called. Whitman 1 for 2 with a single so far. He has one of the 5 hits for Dodge City. 3-2 Great Bend on top in their season opener in American Legion ball. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Out in front of it is Whitman. No balls, 2 strikes. Spray had 4 strikeouts in 6 innings. Hernandez trying to close out the 7th inning, has 1 K already. Looking for a second one to finish off the 7th in this 3-2 ball game as Whitman steps out the right side of the box to think over an 0-2 pitch. Breeze picks up as it drops, still above 80 degrees here in Dodge City. First and third, 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th, 3-2 game. Sails high, 1-2 count. Larned coming up on Friday for Great Bend. That'll be at home for their home opener against the Indians. 6 and 8 o'clock start times. 1-2 pitch comes in.
Nice
Another
stop,
good
Brad.
snag by Beck. Right on. As he keeps the runner Miller down at third.
We need 1 strike.
1 more strike here for Great Bend. Slight cloud coverage here in Dodge City. The shadows starting to loom over as we get further into the Wednesday night. 2-2 pitch comes in tight.
Oh!
Nobody was guarding that third base bag as Miller took a pretty big lead and Beck made a fake throw towards that direction, but Poe was still about 15 feet off the bag. So holds on to that one and has worked up to a full count. Still a base to give here for Great Bend with runners at first and third. We're looking for that final out of the 7th. Hernandez sets, 3-2 pitch comes in.
Oh, nice job, Paco.
Back netting.
The batter is battling.
He's staying in there right now. Whitman, he had a pretty good at-bat against Spray earlier here this afternoon. Now getting his first look at Hernandez, coming on relief here in the 7th. First and third for Dodge City, trailing 3-2, but getting a run in the 7th to get a little bit closer. Down to their final out, down to their final strike.
There we go.
3 called on the outer part of the plate as
was.
Hernandez comes in and cleans out Dodge City.
That wasn't even summer.
No,
that wasn't summer zone.
That might be MLB strike.
Yes, that was right there.
As Hernandez picks up the strikeout, his 2nd of the inning to finish off the 7th. And the Great Bend Chiefs in their season opener come away with a win in game number 1 of the doubleheader against Dodge City as they come from behind, trailing 1-0 through the first half of the ball game and come back to get a 3-2 victory. We'll take a short pause in the action, come back on Great Bend Post for our post-game show to wrap up our Game 1 coverage here on Great Bend Post. Back in Dodge City as Great Bend wraps up their season opener in game number 1 against Dodge City on the road this Wednesday night with a 3-2 victory as we welcome you into our post-game show variety here on GreatBendPost.com. Cole Reif with you, Karen Mater joining us on the broadcast as well. As the Chiefs come away with a season opener win and come from behind fashion, they never had to rally too much, but Dodge City got out to the early lead in game number 1 as they scored their first run of the ball game in the first inning. After sending 5 to the plate, they led things off with a double by Matt Freeze, and eventually he came around to score, and it was 1-0 through the first 3 innings. Great Bend finally got their run across to tie things up in the top of the 4th inning as they led things off with a Brad Beck single and then a walk by Haberman. Beck would eventually score on a wild pitch to come to tie things up after 4 innings, and the Chiefs would come through with another run in the 5th, another run in the 6th, led it 3-1 coming into the 7th inning as Paco Hernandez came on to close the door on Dodge City. Made a little bit interesting with runners at first and second to lead things off with a walk and a hit batter. But then Miller hit into a fielder's choice. Caleb Miles struck out. Keck had the RBI single. And then a Dakota Whitman eventually struck out for the final out at the inning as Hernandez gets the save in a 3-2 victory. Looking at the numbers here this afternoon for Great Bend, as it was Steph Sprague getting the win, going 6 solid innings in his debut for the Legion team in 2021. Gave up 4 hits, 1 run, walked 3 batters, and also had recorded 4 strikeouts. Hernandez in that 7th inning, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 walk batter, hit a batter, and also picked up 2 strikeouts. Offensively for the Chiefs, as they were led with a couple players with multiple hit games. Brad Beck had 2 hits. Sage Kelch ended up going 2 for 4 with a couple of singles. Jade Poe goes 0 for 3. 0 for 3 for Hernandez. 0 for 2 for Spray with a couple of walks. Beck goes 2 for 4 from the plate. 0 for 3 for Stulsatz, as Haberman goes 0 for 2. Matthew Mater goes 1 for 2. Hopkins goes 0 for 2. And then Chavez coming in, getting an at-bat in that 6th inning, ends up going 0 for 1. Joseph Mater joining us here up top in Dodge City, unable to play with nursing an injury right now, trying to get back to action, but you got to like the start from your team here, sitting in the dugout. What'd you see in this 3-2 win?
I saw a lot of team effort and a good, solid team win.
What's it like getting Summer League baseball started for you now going into your senior year?
Oh, it's feeling pretty good, Mr. Rife. I feel pretty confident going in, and we have a pretty solid team going in the Legion here.
What did you learn your junior year throughout all your sports now coming into the baseball season, right in the thick of it?
Oh, I mean, you got to work as a team. It's not just one-man effort. You got to have a whole team, got to have solid chemistry and good teamwork to pull out a good win.
We were talking a lot about Spray getting the start here this afternoon, going 6 innings, getting credit for the win as well, giving up just the 1 run. You've been around Spray. What's he like on the mound? What's he like as a guy?
Oh, he's a great guy. I think he's definitely one of a kind. He has a good curveball, and his curveball is working tonight, and a good, solid team behind him. I'm pretty sure anybody could say he did throw a pretty good game, but he also had a great defense behind him.
What's Legion ball like for you? What's kind of the vibe like for you and the guys, just playing some summer ball?
Oh, I mean, we've been doing this for about maybe 5 years now, so, I mean, we all pretty know each other pretty well, but we decided to come out here and have some fun.
All right, predictions on the Game 2 starter?
Tyler Stulsatz,
okay.
Making his debut.
Give me the breakdown of Stulsatz on the mound.
Oh, his curveball is pretty nasty coming in at a lefty. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get a pretty good, complete game here coming up.
I like that. All right, Joseph, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
That is Joseph Mater joining us here in Dodge City as Great Bend comes away victorious with a score of 3-2. Real quickly looking at the numbers for Dodge, as it was Freeze going 4 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Sowers will get tagged with the loss here in Dodge as he pitched 3 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, also a couple walks and 3 strikeouts for Dodge City. Offensively, for Dodge, Matt Freeze goes 2 for 3, Rodriguez 0 for 2, Duran 0 for 2, Garcia 0 for 1, Sowers 0 for 2. It was Miller going 0 for 3, Miles 0 for 3, Keck 1 for 2. He had the RBI single in the 7th inning that tightened things up and made it a 3-2 ball game, and then Whitman going 1 for 3, and then Smith grabbing a base hit as well for Dodge City. So Great Bend gets the win, 3-2. We'll have the second game of the doubleheader coming up in just a little bit as the two teams take their break in between games, and we'll pick things right back up here on GreatBendPost.com for game number 2 between the Great Bend Legion Chiefs and Dodge City. Back in Dodge City this Wednesday evening. Cole Rife with you, Karen Mader on GreatBendPost.com as we get set for the second game of our doubleheader here at Demon Field for the season opener for the Great Bend American Legion Chiefs, coming off a 3-2 win to start out their season, 1-0, as they take on a Dodge City for the second time, as it'll be Stulsatz, the starting pitcher for Great Bend in the back half of the inning. Right now, Great Bend will be coming up to the plate to lead things off in the first off that 3-2 victory, as Great Bend will have a little bit of shuffling around in their defensive alignment with the new pitcher, but Sage Kelch again leading things off for Great Bend as he takes the first pitch from Smith for ball number 1 going for Sage Kelch. So Great Bend trying to get the sweep against Dodge City, getting things started for the second game as this one stays in tight to Kelch. So Kelch will start at shortstop this afternoon or this evening for the second game. Jade Poe behind him in the lineup as he'll be the starting catcher. And then Paco Hernandez, who closed out that 7th inning as the 2-0 pitch to Kelch catches the inside part of the plate for strike 1, 2-1 count. Hernandez in left field hitting third for Great Bend. So Smith, who was that 10th batter and center fielder for Dodge City, getting the start on the mound here for the second game and gets a foul tip from Kelch and takes it to 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And the catcher took one off the face mask.
Yeah, it's always rough.
That does hurt.
Catcher was just never an overly popular position. That's why I was impressed with the Beck family. And he trained both of his sons to be catchers. As the 2-2 pitch, this one rocking it out to left field.
Sage.
Kelch drives this one into left field, and he'll take 1 hop, 2 hops to the wall out in the corner at 325, and Kelch leads things off with a double for Great Bend. He led game 1 off with a single, and he ups the ante in game number 2 as he knocks in a double as he curls it out into the corner, reading 325 above the foul pole, and a leadoff double for Sage Kelch.
Nice poke for sure.
Got down in the grass about twice as it finally made its way to that green wooden fence along the outfield and the foul lines.
Glad it didn't go foul.
Yeah, it stayed fair, not by a whole lot as it came back down. As Kelch with that untucked jersey makes his stance off the second base bag. Here's Jade Poe and a timeout called. So Tucker Smith, a right-hander, out on the mound for the Dodge City A's in the red jerseys, white baseball pants, and the blue and white caps. Great Bend coming out with the black and gray with the white numbers outlined in red on the front of the jerseys as Poe takes the first offering for ball number 1. Well, Great Bend had to come from behind in the first game to pick up that 3-2 victory as Poe takes on the 1-0 pitch that misfires. And now 2 balls, no strikes. They trailed 1-0 through the first 3.5 innings, finally tied it up in the top of the 4th, and they got 1 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th, as that'll be a walk given up to Poe. And that was just the 3rd ball given up to Jade Poe. So he'll come back, grab the bat out of the dugout, and make his way to the back of the box. 1 ball early for Jade Poe as he steps back into the right box. Of course, Dodge City, they tighten things up in the 7th, trailing 3-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Able to get 1 more, and then still runners in position, but it was Hernandez able to close the door on Dodge City in the first game in that 7th inning, getting a couple strikeouts for those 3 outs in the final inning to win 3-2. A leadoff double by Kelch at second base. Nobody outs. Here's Poe taking on a 3-0 pitch that is called for strike number 1. Mentioned Paco Hernandez hitting 3rd on deck right now for Great Bend. He'll be followed up by Spray, Beck, and Stulsatz as this pitch misses its spots from Smith, and now it'll be a walk for Poe. So with nobody out, 1st and 2nd for Great Bend as Paco Hernandez comes up to the plate. Hernandez, a lefty against the right-handed pitcher Smith, and he yanks on one out into right center field. But underneath this one, the right fielder calls off the center fielder, comes up with a catch, and one out as they throw it back into the infield and finally cut off by the third baseman. So after a leadoff double by Kelch, on board still at second base. Poe drawing a walk. Hernandez skies one out into right field for the out. Now Steph Spray will step up to the right box. He shoots one out into right field, continues to go down the line, and quickly peels foul as it comes back down to the ground here in the natural grass in the outfield at Demon Field. And it'll go to no balls, one strike on Spray. That game one, there wasn't a whole lot of shots to the outfield at all. As we saw a lot of infield singles for both teams.
Now we've seen two so far.
We've seen a couple of rides. A fly out for Hernandez, and Spray goes foul at the last second. And now awaits the 0-1 from Smith. The righty angles over on the mound, now sends in the 0-1. The misfires outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mentioned that corner a little bit shorter out in right field as they have it marked at 300 in the corner, 325 in the left corner, 380 straightaway center at Demon Field. In the gap, 350 in left center, 340 is where it's marked out in right center field. First pitch of game number 2 coming down at just above 730 at about 726. And have surpassed the high as they originally had it set at 88 degrees here in Dodge City. Partly cloudy, but not too bad, right at 90 degrees here in Dodge as the sun continues to make its way on down. The breeze out of the east-southeast now at 10 miles per hour, shifting over a little bit, but not a ton on directions.
Nice
Sharply hit ball will find a way through the right side. So Spray comes through with a 1-out single, and they'll wave home. Kelch, and he slides underneath the tag. And Great Bend off to an early start in the top half of the first inning as they scored an RBI single by Steph Spray. So after leading it off with a double, Kelch comes around to score for Great Bend on the base knock by Spray. First and second for the Chiefs. And that'll send up Brad Beck to the plates now for Great Bend.
Brad jumped in that box awful anxiously.
After you see a couple hits already and then an RBI single, you want to get your crack at it. Instead, he pushes this one and it curls foul behind us here on home plate. And just to the left of the press box, outside on a nice evening for some season opening baseball for the Great Bend Chiefs as they'll be back at home, or they should say they'll be at home for their home opener this upcoming Friday against the Larned Indians for 6 and 8 o'clock start times. Tucker Smith trying to settle in on an 0-1 pitch, and this one is shot out of left field, but Beck will watch this one go foul as it lands out past the bullpen area for the Dodge City A's, as he'll come back for a 0-2 count with runners at first and second and 1 out in the top of the first. Beck had to outrun a couple of hits in his first game for Great Bend as he was able to get a couple of infield singles. One of 2 players with multiple hits in that first game win for the Chiefs, 3-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch.
Nice.
And Beck drills this one out in the left field, but with a good read on it is the A's left fielder for the second out. Good contact for Brad Beck, but he lines it right out to the left fielder. 2 gone in the top of the first inning. And kind of like Spray, he's got a nasty curveball that we need to be looking out for.
I would agree with that.
So he's looking for a good outing for Stulsatz on the mound here in game number 2 against Dodge.
Yes.
And you're talking about getting that win against Dodge City. It's a little bit different for American Legion, but, Dodge City, they had a really successful high school season.
Yes, they did.
So for Great Bend Legion team, obviously things a little bit different. Lineups change a little bit as this one goes behind the back of Stulsatz. Gets away from the catcher enough. Both runners will move up 90 feet, now second and third, as Hopkins comes in sliding to third base.
Gosh, I almost thought that hit Tyler.
Got underneath just enough.
Yep.
1 foot in, 1 foot out, now steps in, ready to go for the 2-1 pitch with 2 outs. 1-0, Great Bend on top of the first inning. Stulsot's eyes one in, but strike 2 called as it goes away from the right-handed batter. Chiefs out there in their Great Bend Panther-type uniforms with the black and gray and the red mixed in. 2-2 pitch, ground ball, left side. Hits to the shortstop underneath the glove, and Hopkins will race in from third to score.
Good job,
and the Chiefs tack on another run here in the top of the first inning as they take a 2-0 lead against Dodge City.
Nice hard hit by Tyler. Base runners are running.
So I'll go down as the third hit of the ball game. Remember, Great Bend had 5 hits together as a team
total.
In the first game. Yeah, in the first game through the 7 innings, and they come up with 3 hits here in the first as it goes underneath the glove. Now the shortstop, and now Great Bend will have first and third for Haberman. Tucker Smith sends in the first offering, and that one misses the zone. Now we'll see. We'll say just from our first outing here, I think the Legion zone, the Summer League zone, has tightened up a little bit with our new.
I would agree. The new umpire's got a little smaller zone.
So the 2 guys rotate. The other one that guarded home plate and called strikes and balls in game number 1 is just behind the pitcher with runners at first and third as Haberman fouls this one off. Now 0-1.
The wind's coming in a little stronger too, isn't it?
Gusting in out of the east-southeast. That 10, gust going up to about 20 miles per hour so far this Wednesday night. As that one misfires as well, not too far off the zone. As that'll go to a 2-1 count now on Haberman. 2 outs, runners at first and third. Great Bend coming through with a couple runs already in the top of the first inning as Smith will step off the rubber and continue to consider this offering now to Haberman. Here's that 2-1 pitch. Haberman just gets underneath this one with the barrel of the bat and sneaks it back to the back netting and takes it to 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's battling. We got a tired fan in the stands.
Yeah, it's tough. Huh?
Yeah.
About 5 rows in front of us here outside. If I told you before, as long as it's not my kid, I don't mind it. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one comes skidding in. And good block and a deflection by the catcher to keep the runner down at third. 3 balls, 2 strikes for Haberman. First and a third. 2 outs in the top of the first inning and a 2-0 game for Great Bend. Looking for the sweep against Dodge City in their season opener, as they'll respond with a doubleheader against Larned coming up on Friday. Smith glances down to the turf, sends in the 3-2 pitch, misses beneath as it sinks under the zone, and it'll be a 2-out walk as Haberman jogs his way down to the first base bag.
Now Matthew's up with 2 outs, because Matthew's always up with 2 outs.
But he says he likes the pressure.
I tell ya.
Now Joseph told me to be a little bit harder on Matthew on the air, but I don't know. He came through pretty well in game number 1 with a hit and also a sac bunt. His first offering stays outside, and the catcher able to track this one down, keeping in front and just to the right of that DC logo here on Demon Field. And then the runners stay at their respective bags. First, second, and third for Great Bend. 2-0, Chiefs on top. Trying to get their second win against Dodge City to start out the 2021 campaign. Mater has a chance to bust the lid wide open here in the first inning with a 2-0 lead and the bases loaded. Smith brings in the 1-0, comes across home plate but stays beneath the zone. Now 2 balls, no strikes. Mater 1 for 2 in game 1, a single, a strikeout. I mentioned the sac bunt as he takes the pitch inside. That gets called for strike 2.
Okay, this mama says I was a little bit inside, but
I think there's a number of Chiefs fans that
I would agree.
Here comes the next one to Mater, cuts through this one and gets called, gets the strike. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes on Mater. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the first inning.
Battle Matthew.
Runners going on the swing, gets Mater to pop up, but it'll go out of play. As it lands down in the grass area here at Demon Field. Plenty of area for lawn chairs.
Yeah.
We got plenty of spectator spots here at Demon Field, which is a big plus. A green wall in the outfield, though. You don't have a whole lot of outfield opportunities unless you're going to binocular it from Memorial Stadium. 2-2
right.
pitch, swing and a miss, and Mater goes down on strikes. So that'll do it for the Great Bend Chiefs, but they come through with 3 hits and 2 runs and take the early 2-0 lead after the first half of the first inning. We'll be back with the bottom half right after this. Welcome back to Demon Field in Dodge City. 2-0 Great Bend Chiefs on top as we take it to the bottom of the first inning. Here in Dodge, Cole Reif with you, Karen Mater joining us here on GreatBendPost.com. 2-0 Great Bend jumps out to the early lead, and now Dodge City will have their chance to respond as Tyler Stulsatz gets the start on the mound, making his debut in the second game of the season for Great Bend as he can't find the zone in the first offering to Freese. Freese was the opening pitcher for game number 1. As he ended up going 4 innings, and it was no decision at that time. And then Sowers closed it out, got tagged with a loss for Dodge City, pitching the final 3 innings. This one comes in tight, 2-0 pitch, ready to go now from Stulsatz. Unable to locate as that one sails high. 3 balls, no strikes. Now to Freese, the leadoff batter for Dodge City in the bottom of the first. Miles coming up behind him, Duran following him in the 3rd spot to that lineup for Dodge City. And Stulsatz, a left-handed pitcher, and finds the zone there. He doesn't waste any time on that 3-0 pitch as he comes right back at him, stays alive, 3-1 count. The lefty goes into the line on the 3-1. He gets a ground ball off the bat of Freese. Second baseman Chavez has it and swings it over there for the first base for the opening out.
I would say that somebody's mom didn't agree with that call.
Well, we were wondering if we're going to have any opponents for fans early on, but Dodge City fans are smart. They show up right before 86-degree weather, so they started to file in a little bit more. This brought the lawn chairs out, but it was pretty dead until about 2 minutes before the first pitch at 5 o'clock as Stulsatz comes right back in with strike number 1 to Miles, the second batter with 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. There's the 0-1 pitch, gets a foul ball to the back netting. Quickly 0-2 now on Miles, who will start at second base. So he shifts up in the batting lineup for Dodge City after that Game 1 loss. Up to the 2 spot now for the A's. It's a Dodge City team that used to be known as the Rangers for a number of years and then switched over to the A's. And they have their college or their summer collegiate team as the Dodge City A's as well. They compete in the green and gold. But, we're at Cavalier Field. And it's now a 1-2 count on Miles and a swing and a miss and gets him out in front. And that is the second out as Stulsatz picks up his first K of the afternoon. 2 outs, bottom of the first inning.
Some of the shadows might be playing with some of their eyes a little bit, I'm noticing.
Yeah, starting to creep out as the sun continues to set a little bit more this Wednesday night. Those shadows are out in the infield right now as the first pitch comes into Duran as he takes this one low as it came skirting across the turf across home plates. 2 outs, bottom of the first inning. Karen talking about those shadows. The past pitcher's mound and also another tree shadow out near the first base bag in front of that where Spray is at defensively. As hopping out of the way of this one is Duran, and now 2 balls, no strikes. Breeze here in Dodge is definitely livable this Wednesday night. Sharply hit, third base side. Ricochets off the left leg of Beck, and it'll go out of play, and he'll get a second base out of that whole deal. So Duran drills one over to the third base side, and then ricochets off the leg of Beck, and eventually makes his way out of play over the top of the dugout. Just rolled up on him, and he'll get a second base bag after that one got out of play for Great Bend's defense, and make his way back to second as he hands his head coach's gloves. So now Garcia will come up to the plate for Dodge City with a runner down at second base and 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. 2-0 Great Bend on top. Dodge City A's trying to respond. This one slapped right side, but going foul by about 7 or 8 feet as it curls its way into the corner. As finally Mater comes in to pick it up to throw back in. No balls, 1 strike on Garcia. Runner down at second and 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning. Second game of the doubleheader between Dodge and Great Bend as the Chiefs picked up the 3-2 win in game number 1. They come from behind, scoring 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, and 1 in the 6th to eventually take the lead and secure the win. 3-2 as Stulsatz comes back with a strike on the 0-1 offering and gets ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. There's a strikeout already in the inning, now trying to finish off the inning with a runner down at second. And he'll step off the rubber and eye the runner back to the bag with nobody guarding the second base bag. Stulsatz sets, brings in the 0-2, nowhere close. As he was looking for a quick reach by Garcia that doesn't bite. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. A quiet setting here in Dodge City. It kind of nestled into the campus just outside the middle school. And some of their sports facilities have another baseball field just beyond left field. That one gets a strike 3 call to finish off the inning regardless, as that'll be the final out. And Great Bend able to maybe tag that runner as well, but it's going to be a moot point after getting the strike recorded. So it is Stulsatz getting a couple strikeouts in the inning. He finishes off the first with a K and is 2-0 Great Bend on top, 1 in the books here in Dodge. Here in Dodge City this Wednesday night, 2-0, the Chiefs of Great Bend on top as we get ready for the top of the second inning. Chavez has started out the inning for the Chiefs with that 2-0 lead. After Great Bend really got to starting pitcher Tucker Smith in that first inning as they send 8 batters to the plate. It's already up to the 9-hitter now for Edwin Chavez, who starts at second base. Came on in relief defensively for Hopkins late in the ball game in game number 1, and on a 1-1 pitch, he fouls it to the backstop and takes it to a 1-1 count. So Great Bend was able to come through with 3 hits in their first half of the opening inning, including that leadoff double by Sage Kelch, and now looking for another leadoff hitter as Chavez skips out of the way of a tight pitch, 2 balls, 1 strike. Tucker Smith, you talk about the 3 hits he gave up, also walked a couple batters in the first inning, so he's trying to get into a little bit better groove as he bounces one in on a 2-1, 3 balls, 1 strike now on Chavez.
I think he's struggling a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, it's a tough one. He was in the bottom part of that lineup offensively for the Dodge City A's, and now coming on the mound, trying to find that fastball. Just hasn't been unable to locate as he curls it outside again a little bit. And it was a 3-1 pitch outside, and Chavez is another leadoff batter early on here for Great Bend that gets on board. And back to the top of the lineup now for Sage Kelch. So third walk given up by Tucker Smith, as he'll continue to try to find his groove against Kelch, who we mentioned that leadoff double as one of the 3 hits for Great Bend as he comes back in. And Kelch, my early perspective of him, is just a guy that just can't get his shirt to stay tucked in, as that's a constant battle for Sage as he cuts through this one, skyrockets out into left center
might be
field.
Trouble.
And
it
does
trouble.
come down right in front of Dodge City's left fielder. And Chavez, who didn't know if they were going to catch it or not, was stuck in no man's land in between first and second and able to speed down to second base just in time before they threw him out for the force out.
That was a perfect storm.
That worked out pretty well for Great Bend with first and second and nobody out for Jade Poe. That was a tough call. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll call it a single for Kelch to keep this perfect game alive. As that landed in between all 3 of the players of Dodge City. Now Poe pokes one out to right field, but coming in charging and coming up with a snag is Dodge City as they're playing at shallow depth, and a nice quick snag by Dodge. So Jared Cleason, who didn't start in the first game, out there in right field for Dodge here in the second game, and here's Hernandez. Hernandez quickly swings, drilled right to the first baseman, catches it. Does he double up the runner at first? No. We're going to call him safe. So Kelch able to get back safely, but a line drive shot off the bat of Hernandez went right at the first baseman, Sowers, and he nearly stepped on the bag, too, to double up Kelch, but unable to do so. First and second now with 2 outs in the top of the second inning, with Great Bend on top by a score of 2-0. Here's Steph Spray. He has one of the RBIs already here tonight with an RBI single back in the first inning. And he watches one outside for ball number 1. Luckily, Kelch wasn't too far off the bag after that line drive shot.
Very, very lucky.
So Sowers nearly doubles up Great Bend to finish off the inning. But instead it continues on for Spray with runners at first and second with 2 outs. 2-0 lead for the Chiefs, as Spray awaits the 1-0 offering that misses outside from Smith. Breeze continues to roll in here at Demon Field. As we talk about those shadows starting to creep out a little bit further close to the outfield lines, as that one gets called strike on the inner part of the plate to Spray. 2 balls, 1 strike to Steph. Steph was the winning pitcher in game number 1 as he went 6 innings. And gave up 4 hits, 1 run, walked 3 batters, and 4 strikeouts. Pick up the win for Great Bend in the first game. And he gets another strike called on the inner part of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Spray. He was able to help out his cause a little bit offensively. He drew a couple walks, went 0 for 2, but walked 2 times in that first game. This one stays outside to take it to a full count. Spray getting the start at first base here in the second game for the Chiefs. Takes a big sigh, steps back into the right box, ready to go for the 3-2. Smith looks at the lead runner at second. First and second for Great Bend. 2 outs, 3-2 pitch, ground ball right back up the middle. Picked up by the second baseman. Dives for the second base bag and got him. Well, it was a close play when they probably could have made the play a little bit easier to throw over to first base with 2 outs, but instead diving to get the force out at second base, and it is recorded for the final out. So Great Bend, after scoring 2 in the first inning, they get a base hit by Kelch in the second, but strand a couple runners, lead it 2-0 as we take it to the bottom of the second inning at Demon Field. Yeah, sitting outside just to the left of the press box here in Dodge City as the breeze continues to push through at Demon Field. 2-0, Great Bend on top. Bottom of the second inning as Dodge City will send up Aiden Sowers to lead things off for the A's. Starting first baseman as he takes the first pitch for strike number 1 to Tyler Stulsatz. As we were told about the curve of Stulsatz, he's been able to land and locate that one. This one's skied down to left field. Hernandez underneath this one, steps in a couple times and comes up with a catch, battling the sun a little bit as it continues to set out in western Kansas, and 1 out recorded in the bottom of the second. So Remington Miller, who starts at catcher for game number 2, will come up for Dodge City with nobody on board and 1 out. 2-0 Great Bend, and Stulsatz able to compete on the mound with a lead very early on as he misfires outside to the right-handed batter. And as you look at Remington Miller and what he was able to do in game number 1, as he ended up going 0 for 3, he had a ground out, hit into a fielder's choice, and also struck out as he swings through the 1-0 offering, now 1 ball, 1 strike. So Stulsatz able to get a quick out on Sowers to lead off the inning. Now facing Remington Miller, the starting catcher, as he sends in the 1-1. Sharply hit, but going foul as it takes a 1-bounce shot into that wooden fence in foul territory. And Ricochet is back out of the play. One of the 2-man crew umpires sends it back in towards home plate.
That was a good throw by the umpire.
Not bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
I'd like to know his background. He had the wide zone. We're seeing a little tighter zone behind home plate here in the second game as that one misses and tied, an easy call. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Miller. It's Great Bend getting their Legion season started here tonight. Mentioned at home against Larned on Friday for a 6 and 8 o'clock start times. 2-2 pitch, ground ball going foul left side in front of the Dodge City dugout. Stays at 2 balls, 2 strikes. And then the opponent is known, Wednesday, Hayes. Location, times have not been determined for our next broadcast on the 16th against the Hayes Eagles. And then Great Bend will have their tournament starting up a week from Friday. Swing and a miss by Miller, and Stulsatz gets his second strikeout of the outing, and that is the second out of the second inning. Well, your son was spot on. The curve has been pretty nasty so far for Stulsatz as he gets his second K.
That was pretty.
Well, third K actually. He had a couple of strikeouts in that first
inning. Yep. That was a well-deserved strikeout.
Good on that one as Dodge City mentioned coming off that 3-2 loss. They do bring out a couple new players that didn't play in that first game, including Gavin Jones, who pokes one up the middle, sliding and move by Chavez, knocks it down, but eventually sneaks through and won't have a play as he's trying to field it from second base. So with 2 outs, Jones, mentioned who didn't get an at-bat in the first game, playing in the DH role here in game number 2, able to sneak one through the middle, and that'll continue the evening for Keck.
Hey, Chase, let's go.
I think if Chavez even comes up with that play or comes up with the ball, I don't know if he's going to be able to get on his feet and make a throw.
I don't think so either, yep.
Go down for a hit there for Jones. And there's a strike 1 called on the next batter in Keck.
Tyler's another kind of chill pitcher. You know, just kind of takes them as they go.
Kind of picking up, that might be a theme for the entire team here in 2021. As Keck shoots one out in the left field, Hernandez coming in, charging. That one will drop right in front of the left fielder. So 2 outs, back-to-back hits for Dodge City. Their 3rd hit of the ball game, trailing 2-0, and first and seconds. And Jared Cleason, another one of those Dodge City A's that didn't come in the first game. Comes in as the 9-hole hitter for Dodge and takes the first pitch, sinking beneath the zone for ball number 1. First and second for Dodge, trying to climb back out of a 2-0 hole in the bottom of the second inning. But down their final out as Cleason takes the next offering for strike number 1.
Cole, what batter is this for Dodge?
This will be 9-hitter now.
9-hitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stulson saw 4 in the first, and now his 5th batter here in the second inning as he has runners at first and second. The lefty looks behind him over his left shoulder at that lead runner as he dials in the next pitch, but again, unable to locate. 2 balls, 1 strike on Cleason. Back-to-back hits for Dodge City, staying alive with first and second. The Great Bend holding on to their 2-0 lead. Here's that 2-1 pitch, misses well outside from the right-handed batter.
Nice grab by Jade.
Yeah, 3-1 count now as Poe snags it back in. Shadows continue to creep a little bit further on the fringe of the grass here at Demon Field as the entire infield is nearly covered, sneaking in a little bit in between the pitcher mound. And it'll throw it down to first as Poe trying to get the runner advancing down to third base. But it was a walk given up, so no matter what, everybody will move up.
But it looked good.
It looked like a good throw from Poe. If he was trying to practice off the arm strength, he was able to unload on that one 90 feet away. But now first, second, and third for Dodge City as they'll go to the 10-hitter and starting pitcher, Tucker Smith. So single, 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 walk. Now foul ball at the bat of Smith. Falls behind 0-1. Well, it started out innocent enough for Tyler Stulsotz. He got a quick fly out by Aiden Sowers and then struck out Remington Miller. It was 1-2, but we talked about the damage then. Ground ball left side, diving play by Beck. He's able to knock it down, but does not have a play. And it'll be an infield single for Tucker Smith. And a 2-1 game. Great Bend on top as Dodge City gets one back. Talk about the contact ability in the bottom part of the lineup for Dodge. Saw that a little bit in the first game, but saw it strongly here in the second inning of the second game as their 7, 8, and 10 hitters all coming up with singles to keep things going. Base still loaded, ground ball right back to the pitcher. Stulsotz will make the play at first and record the out. So Dodge City will strand it with the bases loaded, but they bring in one on a Tucker Smith single and get one back in that deficit. It's Great Bend 2, Dodge City 1. We'll take it to the top of the third in a moment. Top of the third inning coming our way in Dodge City for game number 2 between Great Bend and the A's of Dodge City. Chiefs able to pick up the first game win 3-2 on top 2-1 in the top of the third. As there'll be Brad Beck leading things off for the Chiefs as he watches one outside for ball number 1. So Beck and the Chiefs able to work their way through the second time against Tucker Smith, starting pitcher for Dodge, as Beck out in front of this one hits a foul to the Dodge City dugout on the third base side. Beck 0 for 1 early on tonight in the second game after flying out to left field his first time up. And he awaits the 1-1 pitch from Smith. The right-handed pitcher, off-speed pitch, stays behind the back of Beck as he stays perfectly frozen to make sure he doesn't move into that one behind him as it goes to 2 balls and 1 strike.
Or let the back of the bat hit it.
Yeah,
yeah, that would have been bad. That's a bad one.
That'd be even worse. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Smith. Now a fastball, ground ball, goes right side. Miles in position at second base and shortly lofts it over to first baseman Sowers for out number 1. So a fairly quick ground out by Beck, and Tyler Stulsatz will come on. Well, that armband on his left arm as the right-handed batter facing the pitcher for maybe a little bit more protection as he awaits the first one from Smith. Fastball zooms in inside for ball number 1. Great Bend wasted very little time, taking the early lead, 2-0 in the first inning. Now with a 2-1 lead, here's the 1-0 pitch to Stulsatz. Cuts it left side. Two-hopper picked up by the third baseman. Long throw, a bouncer, but fielded nicely by Sowers for the outs.
That was a Hosmer field.
That was a big glove by Sowers over at first base as he had to stretch out towards the line, coming in from home plate on a rifle of a throw from third, but able to do so. Second out recorded. Here's Gavin Haberman.
Gavin Haberman up with 2 outs. His grandma and I are going back and forth about this.
She's been a very boisterous person here in the crowd.
Yes.
Trying to support the Chiefs as this one misfires on a location for Smith. 1 ball, no strikes. Haberman 0 for 2 in the opening game. He reached on an error in the 6th inning, drew a walk, and also had a ground outs in that outing. As he stays as the 7-hitter for Great Bend. Comes right down the middle, but sinks beneath the zone. 2 balls, no strikes now to Gavin. A lot of these guys have had older brothers or had relation to come through. Haberman name, very familiar for Great Bend. Obviously the Beck has come through already. 3 balls, no strikes here for Haberman. As the next one comes in just outside. A much tighter zone here in the second game for that strike zone. For both teams trying to figure it out, and it works out for Great Bend in this time as they take a 4-pitch walk for Haberman. So Haberman has been up to the plate twice, has drawn a couple walks. Down at first base for Matthew Mater. 0 for 1 in the second game after getting a base hit in game number 1 for Great Bend. Awaits the first one. I'll have to wait a little bit longer as Smith throws it back over to the first base side. Great Bend had a... Oh, go ahead.
Were they trying to do the hidden ball trick just now?
Did they hold on to it?
Yes.
Snowers is sneaky. He's pretty athletic in all the sports, so I could see him getting that crafty call. Throw is inside, and now throw down to second. Haberman able to steal as the ball ricochets out into shallow right center, but picked up quickly as that'll keep Haberman on the second base bag.
Okay, I was just told not to scream here in the microphone, but when it's been thrown at Matthew, I'm going to scream. I just am.
That's all right. Your mother instincts kick in. At least you don't have to worry about one of your boys right now.
Thank goodness.
He's out in the dugout unless a quick shot goes over
let's
that direction.
hope not.
So Haberman makes his lead over at second base. Sowers just casually steps off the rubber and eyes him back as he'll get ready to go on a 1-0 count to Mater. Well, Mater and the Chiefs had a really good chance to really bust this one open big time in that first inning with the bases loaded. Swings through this one and goes foul and quickly fielded by Coach Randy Beck in the third base box. As he throws it back over to Smith, the starting pitcher for Dodge. Dodge went through 2 pitchers in the game 1 loss. And Sowers and Freeze, and bringing out Smith for the second game. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Mater out in front of this one as it'll go to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sun continues to set in Dodge City this Wednesday night as we talk about those shadows now creeping out into shallow left and center field off the treetops. Mater awaiting a 1-2 pitch with a runner down at second and 2 outs. Top of the third inning, 2-1 Great Bend on top here in Dodge City at Demon Field, one of the more beautiful settings for high school baseball in western Kansas. Right on the campus of their middle school, and they have another baseball facility out beyond left field, Memorial Stadium in center field, and a swing and a miss by Mater will finish off the side here in the third inning. But for the Great Bend Chiefs, still on top by a score of 2-1. They strand a runner at second with no hits in the third inning. Great Bend 2, Dodge City 1. We'll take it to the bottom of the third in a moment. In Ford County this Wednesday night as Great Bend opening up their American Legion season opener against Dodge City. 2-1, Great Bend on top as we enter the bottom of the third inning. Stulsatz on the mound for the second game. Coming out in the third, misfires outside to his leadoff batter here in Caleb Miles. So it'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up for Dodge, trailing 2-1. And Stulsatz already sends in the next one. Gets a sky shot to right field. Mater going back to the foul line underneath it and grabs it about 5 feet off the foul line for Great Bend. 1 out recorded here in the bottom of the third inning.
I don't know how those outfielders stay awake. I don't think I could do outfield.
Tough responsibility, especially at this time of the year in the natural grass.
Yes.
Mosquitoes are pretty sharp this time of the year. Spraying hasn't really commenced a ton in many communities. And we saw that first game where they didn't see a whole lot of action for either team,
right,
for any of the 3 outfielders. As a ground ball comes hot off the bat, but going foul by Duran.
It's kind of like your son playing blast ball, you know, looking at the butterflies, checking out the trees, looking at their buddy, you know, that just came to the game.
Yeah, the only plus for me in that situation was that the parents actually get to go out in the field with the kid. So at least one of the parents. So I was out there, and you get to run the bases, you get to catch the ball as well, and eventually get to take a couple of cuts. So you stay active that way. So that's the only plus in blast ball. Otherwise, yeah, it's like herding cats.
Yeah, I don't think Josephine Meth would like me to be out there with them. It's probably better this way.
I could see like a parent day in Legion ball. As here's the 0-1 pitch, and Duran out in front of this one again. No balls, 2 strikes.
Parent
day where you get the shadow?
Oh yeah, I would pay to play that game for sure.
Now, where does Joseph usually play when he's in the field?
Left field or right field.
Okay, so either way, you'd probably be in the outfield.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, I could see that. Maybe the mystery game against Hayes on Wednesday. Well, might be a good time to bust out Parent Day.
Okay.
Where you get to shadow your kids in the field. As this one misfires outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Duran. Catcher would be tough. I don't know if you want to fully commit if you're a parent to crouch down each time. Maybe just stand on and support.
Stand off to the side.
Yeah, Stulsatz misses on the outside as it goes to 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Coach Beck could shadow Brad on third base. He's pretty.
Yeah,
he's
that
pretty
works
wily.
out pretty well.
Yeah.
That works out pretty well. It couldn't go behind the plate.
Right.
As this one gets away from Poe, but nobody on board. But 3 balls, 2 strikes now in Duran with 1 out in the bottom of the third inning. 2-1, Great Bend on top. Struck through with 2 runs in the first inning. Dodge City coming back with 1 in the second. And now trying to make it back-to-back innings, scoring a run. But nobody on board as Duran hits this one just over the top. A first baseman spray as it rolls out into right field. And with one out, it'll be a single for Dodge City, their 4th hit of the night. And Duran stays perfect at the plate. He's got a couple base knocks, 2 for 2, as he brings up Gio Garcia with one out in the bottom of the 3rd. So a more aggressive attack here in the second game, and obviously different pitchers, but I think both sets of teams starting to get into a little bit more rhythm swinging the bat. And we've seen that more aggressive start from both squads as Stulsat sends in the first offering that sneaks underneath the zone for ball number 1. Neither pitcher has missed by much.
But that strike zone is a little tighter.
Yeah, it shrunk up a little bit. As Duran takes a moderate lead over at first base. Another one comes skidding in. Poe will throw down to second as the runner advances down. Chavez has the ball ricochet out of his glove before he can make the tag. And now a runner down at second with one out for Dodge, trailing 2-1 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Great Bend winners in game number 1 by a score of 3-2. Trailed 1-0 for the first half of that ball game. Finally, one in the 4th, one in the 5th, and one in the 6th to eventually secure a 3-2 win. Stays outside on the 2-0 offering to Garcia. 3 straight balls from Stulsats. Well, Stulsats has 3 strikeouts so far here tonight. He has walked 1 batter, given up 4 hits, including that single by Duran, who has now advanced to second. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and keeping alive, hits the zone. 3-1 count on Garcia. So Hernandez out in left field for Great Bend, Haberman in center, Mater in right field. Stulsats on the plate behind the dish, Jade Poe. As he'll step off the rubber, either runner back and Duran to the second base bag. Beck starting at third base, Kelch at shortstop, Chavez at second base, and Spray standing down to our right at first base for the Great Bend defense. 3-1 pitch by Stulsats, gets a ground ball that'll quickly bounce foul. As a turn 2 between the Dodge City coach and Brad Beck at third base.
Here we are at that full count again.
Saw a lot of those in game number 1.
Yes.
Early on, Great Bend was able to take advantage of a couple of 3-2 counts. We'll see what it comes in for Garcia. Swings at this one out in front of it. A little nubber picked up by Beck in foul territory as he'll stay at 3 balls, 2 strikes for Garcia.
Well, we know what that guy on second base is going to be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, Duran is ready to get a little bit closer to home plate as he has been dancing around his second base path and is ready to make his move, but continuing to foul things off is Garcia, dampening his plans. Again, the 3-2, Stulsats sends it in, and this time behind it is Garcia as he pushes it out to the right side and out of play as he continues to see more pitches from Stulsats. Breeze continues to whirl through here at Demon Field. Stulsats trying to get the second out of the inning. Sharply hit, finding a hole over the right side. That was a gaping hole as Duran able to score easily from second base on a well shot. Hits coming off the bat of Garcia. So back-to-back singles for Dodge City have come back to tie this one up at 2s in the bottom of the 3rd inning with 1 out. And Aiden Sowers comes up to the plate for the A's. And Chavez with that runner at second base, I'm not saying he would have a play on that ground ball, but he was sucked in even further to second base as a nonchalant throw by Stulsats gets Garcia back to the bag. So with him even closer to second base, it was lights out on that ground ball coming off the bat of Garcia as it made its way out in the right field, and a foul tip now by Sowers as he picks up strike number 1. Great Bend coming through with 2 runs in the first, scoreless in their last 2 innings. Dodge City with 1 in the second, now 1 here in the 3rd inning. They've come back to tie it up. Stulsats delivers the 0-1. High hopper goes right side. Chavez fields it, and a sidearm sling gets the second out of the inning as it'll be a advanced movement by Sowers getting Garcia up to second base, but grounds out to second.
Good thing Edwin was paying attention on that one.
He was on top of it. Chavez has shown off the glove a couple times. Came on in relief late in the ball game. The last couple innings in game number 1, getting the start at second base here in the second game. And now him and Kelch playing with the runner at second base as this one shot foul. Coming off the bat of Remington Miller, who is 0 for 1 early on tonight. Fly out by Miles that came early in the inning, but Duran and Garcia back-to-back singles, including Garcia's RBI single.
Ooh.
Able to tie it up at 2s as Stulsatz curls one in on the inner part of the plates for strike number 2 now on Miller. Not too many spots where the sun is peeking through now here at Demon Field. As the shadows starting to take over this Wednesday night with the runner down at second. Breeze out of the east-southeast. Miller shoots this one right back up the middle. The wave home of Garcia to try to score in from second. The throw will be cut off at the pitcher's mound by Spray. As another RBI single by Dodge City, their third hit of the inning. And they take their first lead on top 3-2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the third inning.
That's just a good, solid hit.
Yeah, well struck by Miller. You square that one up nicely back up the middle. But now Gavin Jones will come to the plate as Miller, the starting catcher, will get a courtesy runner down at first.
Courtesy runner. I couldn't think of that word earlier.
Damian Rodriguez. Everyone has their preferences. Pinch runner,
Yeah,
courtesy.
courtesy's probably a better word.
Courtesy sounds nice. It's a
Yeah.
polite way in a baseball game. Ground ball right side. Spray able to knock it down at first, but it doesn't have a play. As Stulsatz was trying his hardest to get back over to first base, trying to cover the bag for his diving first baseman, but unable to get there. And now, first and second for Dodge City, leading 3-2, still with 2 outs. Spray, you mentioned 6'4"?
Yeah.
That was a full-out dive
That
for Spray
was.
towards his right, and
That
a
was
great
about a
effort by
6'8".
Steph. Yeah,
6'8" dive.
good wingspan as he knocks it down to keep it in the infield and runners at first and second, but bobbled it a couple times coming out. This one, line drive, shot right at Chavez, and he squeezes it in. So Great Bend needed a quick out with runners at first and second as Dodge City continued to do damage with 2 outs and finally get that final out recorded. But 4 hits for Dodge City in the third inning as they take their first lead, scoring 2 runs. It is Dodge City 3, Great Bend 2. Top of the fourth inning coming up next on GreatBendPost.com. Welcome back to Demon Field in Dodge City. 3-2 in favor of the A's of Dodge City after striking through with 2 runs in the bottom of the third to get their first lead of the ball game. Top of the fourth inning coming up for the Chiefs. As Great Bend sending to the plate, it'll be Edwin Chavez and Kelch and Poe, the 9-1 and 2 hitters for Great Bend. Big thanks to Venture Corporation sponsoring our Legion broadcast on GreatBendPost.com this summer. Venture Corporation founded in the 1970s, started out small in Larned and has grown to one of the biggest asphalt contractors in Kansas. Over 150 employees. Venture Corporation reminding you to shop at home and help a neighbor. Also brought to you by the Fieldhouse, premier athletic training facility. You can join them for their open gym from 8 a.m. to 1 o'clock, Monday through Friday, only $5 per session. at the field house. They believe in the highest standards of physical fitness training. And Scott Mater and the Mater family taking this opportunity to acknowledge the many athletes that represent the community well. Scott Mater and the Mater family thanking all the parents who sacrifice their time and energy every year to see that their children have the opportunity to compete. Ready to go for the fourth inning. 3-2 Dodge City on top as Chavez takes a massive cut, comes up empty as he nearly swung out of his shoes on the first offering from Tucker Smith and falls behind. No balls, one strike.
If he just would have connected.
If he would have connected, that one would be driving somewhere.
Right.
As he watches one outside now for a 1-1 count. You saw the spring season for the Great Bend Panthers, Karen, as the 1-1 is ready to go for Smith. That one stays low. 2 balls, 1 strike. And power, not necessarily an over-powerful batting lineup for Great Bend this year.
No. Consistent. And if they could just hit the ball hard and consistent, that would be great.
Chavez finds some rooftop over to the right side, out of play for strike number 2. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes on the foul ball. Not an overly young team, but just inexperienced like a lot of teams after getting last year wiped out. Chavez stays alive as he kind of tightens up in on the swing as he stretches out for one a little bit, but in tight towards his chest with the bottom of the bat. And he stays alive on another foul ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I think he choked up on the bat just a little bit, too.
Yeah, he's creeping up a little bit on this 2-2 to make sure he comes up with contact as he hits another one foul, making his way out towards the houses. As we're cornered up here on 6th Avenue in Dodge City on the middle school campus. The elementary school not too far away either. And I mentioned that campus setting with a number of their athletic facilities. Ground ball, Chavez gives it a try to the left side. Keck comes up with it. Angled throw to first base is there in time for out number 1. So Sage Kelch, we're saying 2 for 2 here tonight with a double and a single so far this evening for Kelch to start things off in the second game. We'll come back up to the plate here in the top of the 4th inning with Dodge City leading by a score of 3-2. Kelch, she was able to pick up a couple hits in the game number 1, going 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. So already with 4 hits here in this doubleheader as he comes up cutting through the first one. Ground ball fielded by the pitcher. And Smith will underhand it to Sowers for the easy second outs of the 4th inning. And that'll bring up Jade Poe.
All right, Poe's due. Here we go, Poe.
Poe is due. He walked back in the first inning, flew out in the second inning. And you look back at that game number 1, he went 0 for 3. So, yeah, I think that phrase would fit pretty well for Jade Poe, who you mentioned was starting to catch fire a little bit at the end of the high school season this past spring that wrapped up for the Panthers just last month. As he steps out of the box, now ready to go for the first offering. As that right hand up towards the home plate umpire, as home plate umpire, now cuts through on this one, drives out into center field. Diving catch comes up empty as Freeze out in center field. Likely backed up by Duran in left field, otherwise that one would have kept rolling. So Poe held to a single on a diving effort by Freeze, who is still slow to get up, but now getting some assistance from his teammate as he quickly sprints back out into his center field position. So Poe gives that one a shot. Diving effort by Freeze comes up empty. And Great Bend has their man on board, but it comes with 2 outs for Paco Hernandez.
But Poe was due.
Poe was due.
He
You
came
nailed
through.
it, Karen. You nailed it. Right on cue. Comes through, gets on board, and now Hernandez will try to copy the same result of Poe, as Hernandez was 0 for 3 in game number 1. He is 0 for 2 so far tonight. He drilled one to the right side, but right at the first baseman, Sowers, and eventually lined out his last time up in the second inning and then flew out to the outfield back in the first inning for his 0 for 2 starts. Eyes it all the way into the catcher's glove that gets called for strike number 1 to Paco.
We do have a courtesy runner for Jade. I remembered that. Courtesy.
So catcher's getting in and out. Poe will get back to the dugout and get his equipment on. It was a Great Bend. Not a team with huge numbers here in 2021. 11 on the roster as Hernandez eyes one upstairs for ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 11 guys out for the American Legion team for Great Bend this year, 7 of which will be seniors coming up, graduating in 2022. 4 of them upcoming at juniors for the Chiefs. Another snap throw back to first in safely. Season wraps up towards the end of July with the zone tournament, then the state tournament that final week of July as Hernandez hits this one to the back netting.
I think the catcher just thought a bird was the ball.
Miller thought he had some time. Maybe it got up underneath that one, but instead hitting the net, bouncing down, but the bird coming through and causing some confusion. Now, animals have come through quite abundantly in my spring season. I saw a skunk in Larned earlier this year. Great Bend had a Batcats had a dog owl.
Oh, wow.
There's a fox located somewhere.
I'm glad that we didn't see the skunk tonight.
Nothing yet in Dodge City. Usually out southwest, it's usually the jackrabbits that you see on the way back. So usually a little bit further southwest, like if you're making your way towards Liberal. The jackrabbits are more abundant. As the 1-2 pitch ready for Hernandez, it stays in tight. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Great Bend, I don't know what the common rodent is that people, I guess raccoons from
probably
time to time that scatter about. Hernandez underneath this one, pops it up into shallow center field. 3 Dodge City A's in position. Finally, the shortstop Keck will come in to make the snag for the final out. So for Great Bend, they get 1 hit, but strand a runner and trail it 3-2 as we take it to the bottom of the 4th inning in Dodge City. You're listening to Chiefs Baseball on GreatBendPost.com. Back in Dodge City this Wednesday night, Cole Rife with you, Karen Mater on GreatBendPost.com. 3-2 Dodge City on top in the Legion season opener for the Great Bend Chiefs. As we take it to the bottom of the 4th inning, Dodge City starting to come alive with their offense after scoring 1 in the 2nd, then 2 more in the 3rd, trying to keep their streak alive as it'll be Jared Cleason coming up to the bat to lead things off. So it'll be the 9, 10, and 1 hitters coming up for Dodge City against Tyler Stulsatz, making his debut here tonight. Gets a pop-up right side. Spray goes back to the foul line, continues to move back to the grass, and it lands down behind Spray in fair territory. So Spray unable to locate that one as it drops down about 4 feet into the grass in right field off the line. And a leadoff man on board, and Jared Cleason. Here comes Tucker Smith, the starting pitcher for Dodge City.
I don't even know. Who should have caught that?
Yeah, Spray backpedaling is never an easy track, and is too far in for Mater to catch up to it. And you talk about Chavez trying to make his way down from second, so I just hit into a perfect spot for Jared Cleason. Here's Smith showing bunt, and it quickly angles off his bat, goes foul, cut off by Beck in foul territory, as they'll go to no balls and 1 strike.
Case Sage is completely untucked now.
Well,
now that you pointed that out.
The cult following on Sage's T-shirts here tonight in Dodge City. As it started out cleanly in game number 1, and halfway through is halfway in, halfway out. And now it's just completely a lost cause for Sage. It's fully untucked as they throw it back over to first. And starting to... His habits are starting to wear off on Brad Beck over at third base as his jersey's starting to roll out. The cleanliness of the Great Bend Chiefs here in 2021 as Stulsatz able to hit the zone on an 0-1 offering now to Smith. No balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out with a runner down at first here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 3-2, Dodge City on top after coming alive with the offense here in the last 2 innings. Great Bend's been quiet in their last 3 times up. Stulsatz sends it in. Out in front of it is Smith. A nasty pitch by Stulsatz and gets a strikeout for out number 1.
It was nasty or pretty, depending on which one you are.
I like to say as far out as Smith was on that swing, I'll go with the word nasty. But yeah, pretty touch as well, though, for Stulsatz. As we'll go back to the top of the lineup now for Matt Freese. With a runner down at first, but an out recorded for Stulsatz in the defense. Sharply hit left side right through the wicket of Kelch at shortstop. And that'll move up Cleason as he motors down to third base, advances 2 bags. First and third now for Dodge City as Kelch right in position, but sneaks underneath the glove, not all the way down to the turf on that infield here in Dodge City, and sneaks his way through left field. So Caleb Miles will come up to the plate, starting second baseman for Dodge City. And Stulsatz, what we saw out of Steph Spray in that first game, was able to locate his pitches, and that's been what Stulsatz has been doing. So the defense trying to stay alive right now, knowing that some balls are going to get into play quite a bit with these pitchers for Great Bend. That's a good thing in high school baseball. Now runner from first going. Poe will give it a chance down to second, but Chavez will cut it off before the bag and make sure he keeps that runner down at third base in Cleason. So Cleason led it off with a single. Smith struck out. And then Freese sneaking one through the wickets of Kelch over at shortstop. And now Freese advancing into second base. Second and third. Ground ball left side. Kelch picks it up. Makes the play at first. Run will score. Takes Spray off the first base bag. And now Freese comes in to score, sliding behind the tag of Poe at home plate. So after Great Bend throwing it around in the infield, after Kelch trying to make that long throw from short to get the runner at first, unable to do so. And 2 more runners come in to score for Dodge City as they take a 5-2 lead in the bottom of the 4th inning with 1 out.
Smart base running by the Dodge City A's. Good base running.
Yeah, Freese was just kind of lurking behind that third base bag, waiting to see what Great Bend was going to do. And then he had enough room and try to test the throw and able to get in safely as they take a 5-2 lead now with a runner at first and 1 out. Stulsatz, again, I mentioned his location. It really hasn't been off by any means. They're just hitting him in play, and Great Bend has bobbled a couple. Another ground ball. This one picked up by Beck. Gets the runner at second on a hop. Doesn't allow Chavez to quickly turn 2. So a one-hopper into Chavez, able to get the lead runner, a fielder's choice for Duran, as that'll bring up Gio Garcia, who is 1 for 2 here tonight. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th inning, 5-2, Dodge City on top.
It's a great snag by Edwin. Good thing he was on the ball there.
Yeah, sometimes those errors or those boots can be contagious.
Yes.
So coming back, and Beck coming up with a nice play, fielding at third base as Garcia cuts down on this one, hits it down towards home plate for strike number 1. Garcia with an RBI already to his name here tonight, coming off that single back in the 3rd inning. Holds off on the off-speed pitch, but still out in front of it as he hits it over to the third base dugout side for Dodge. Stulsatz will get it back and gets an 0-2 count on the cleanup hitter and starting third baseman Garcia. 5-2 Dodge City. Mentioned the offense starting to spark for the A's as it is in full force right now. Runner going from first. Poe will hold back on this one as they get the strike 3 called instead, and that'll finish off the inning. So a quiet third out for Dodge City, but again, they come alive with 2 more runs. They scored 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and 2 more in the 4th inning to take a 5-2 lead as we are through 4 innings here at Demon Field. Here in Dodge City this Wednesday night, 5-2, Dodge City on top of the Great Bend Chiefs in the season opener for the Chiefs American Legion baseball team. Senior Legion team led by Randy Beck, Landon Skiaka, assistant coach for Great Bend, but trail 5-2 in game 2 after winning the first one. Spray takes the first pitch for a strike. New pitcher coming out for Dodge to start out the 5th inning in this 5-2 lead, as Sage Rickenberg will come out in relief as he gets a foul ball off the bat of Spray, and quickly 0-2 on Steph Spray, who is 1 for 2 here in the second game with an RBI single back in the first inning. So we're trying to connect the dots, and with your Dodge City connections, as Sage sends in the 0-2 that stays upstairs, you have put together that not only is Sage Rickenberg pitching, there's a Rickenberg behind home plate as the umpire.
I'm pretty positive,
okay,
yes.
All right. So
I would assume they're brothers.
Brother connection here for Dodge City. This one bounces in for ball number 1.
But I also know the Rickenbergs. I know they're good people. So,
okay,
I think they're going to be fair.
So, okay, do you remember the older brother's name?
I do not know his name.
Right.
Yes.
But the older brother has got to hold true against his younger brother. There's a ground ball at the bat of Spray, trying to run one out on an infield single. Stretches out, not there in time. Missed it by a half step as Keck, the shortstop, able to put just enough on that one to get Spray out at first base. 1 out recorded in the top of the 5th inning, with Dodge City leading 5-2. So Brad Beck, who was able to run out a couple singles in the first game, 0 for 2 in the second game against Dodge City. As he flew out to left field his first time up, grounded out to second his last at-bat in the 3rd inning as he takes the first pitch, strike number 1. As he comes up empty, 5-2, Dodge City on top. They have kept their offense flowing here in the last 3 innings. It has been stagnant for Great Bend after that great start in the first. Beck drills one but goes foul quickly and makes his way to the road and takes a hop out to the other side, and he'll settle back in for an 0-2.
That ball is going to be found at the bottom of Junior High Hill.
It's nice that there's no really traffic. I mean, I know it's summertime too, so that's even better. As the 0-2 swing and a miss by Beck, and 2 outs recorded here in the 5th inning, as that'll bring up Tyler Stulsatz. But with all the kids running around, you always kind of wonder with the streets and control.
Right,
summertime, a little bit more casual out here in the middle school campus.
It's a pretty busy street when school's in session.
Yeah. Stulsatz lays off a pitch, splitting the plate for strike number 1. Tyler 1 for 2. He has one of the 5 hits for Great Bend, but Dodge City, they have 9 hits. Stulsatz pounds one out into center field. Freeze goes back 1 step, make it 2 steps, and comes up with a catch shading off just to the left of his body for the final out of the inning. Dodge City 5, Great Bend at 2. Bottom of the 5th inning coming up next on GreatBendPost.com. Back at Demon Field this Wednesday night, where the A's of Dodge City take a 5-2 lead, and now looking to add more in the bottom of the 5th inning. Tyler Stulsot still on the mound for Great Bend, trying to work his way through. This one roped out into right field over the top of the glove of Spray, cut off by Mater, and it'll be a leadoff single for Aiden Sowers. So it's kind of a dangerous moment right now for Great Bend, 5-2, especially the way these two games have been played so far. I feel like this 3-run lead feels like 10 right now in favor of Dodge, but they have continued to pound out hits in these last 3-4 innings, and kind of a dangerous time right now for Great Bend to avoid getting completely buried in the second game after giving up a leadoff single. Here's Remington Miller. He swings on the first one, line right to Spray, and he'll double up Sowers at the first base bag. He didn't have to move at all. Then after he brought it in, takes 2 steps to the bag as he was guarding it with a runner on at first and gets the double play.
Aiden didn't even know literally what hit him.
Yeah.
Or didn't hit him.
Well, Spray felt fortunate that one came right at his glove, too, as he continues to look down at his glove, making that play. And a good job by Steph. Now 2 outs recorded in the bottom of the 5th inning with nobody on board for Gavin Jones. Jones watches the first offering sail outside for ball number 1.
Tyler needed that.
Yeah, last couple innings. 3rd inning, you saw 7 batters. 4th inning, Grazzi gets a ground ball just past the pitcher. Kelch comes in but boots it again as it slips off his glove as he was looking to come up throwing. If he could have that catch on the infield grass, if you will, of the turf, but can't come up with the play. And now a runner on at first base with 2 outs. So Chasten Keck, shortstop, 1 for 2 here tonight, and nearly had a second hit back in that 3rd inning, but lined out to Chavez over at second base.
That was a hard hit.
Yeah, he has made contact well so far here in the second game, as he won't get his first pitch right away as Stulsot throws back over to first. And it's been that bottom part of the lineup, and really in the second game it's been all over for Dodge City, but even in that first game, Dodge's bottom part of the lineup was causing some damage. As he hits it over to the left side, Beck comes up with a play, makes a long throw across the diamond for the final out of the inning. So Dodge City strands the runner on 1 hit in the 5th inning. 5-2, the A's of Dodge City on top. Great Bend winding down in the second game. They'll come up to the plate in the top of the 6th right after this on GreatBendPost.com. Back in Dodge City, where Great Bend trails at 5-2 as we enter the top of the 6th inning. Legion and baseball season opener for Great Bend. As Sage sends in the first one to Haberman as he sharply hits a foul out beyond the first base dugout for Great Bend. It was a promising start for the Chiefs, scoring 2 runs in the first inning. They've been scoreless their last 4 times up as the off-speed pitch stays above the zone for ball number 1. 1-1 count now on Haberman, who has come up twice and has drawn 2 walks already here tonight. He walked in the first, walked in the 3rd inning as well, and takes a cut at this one. Grounds it out to shortstop. Keck comes up with a play, zips it down to first for the first outs of the inning.
Oh, Aiden Sowers, he doesn't miss many at first base.
Not too many. He's been pretty solid. We talked about the carryover of sports and seeing Sowers compete over his career for Dodge City. He's been a really good athlete for the Red Demons, and now the A's here for their summer baseball team.
And basketball.
Basketball is solid.
Yep.
Yeah, Dodge City's kind of run into some pretty good success in a variety of sports as Mater comes up for the third time here tonight and watches one stay outside. Second offering to Mater, off-speed pitch, drops back down in the zone and gets to a 1-1 count now to Rickenberg. So Tucker Smith going 4 innings, and he gets a strike called here on Mater, 1-2 count. You can tell a much quicker pace for Rickenberg compared to what we saw out of Tucker Smith as he likes to get going. Mater trying to slow it down a little bit. Here comes that 1-2 pitch. Mater underneath this one, pops it up a mile. Garcia in foul territory, still a little bit of room, and then over his shoulder as he overran it just a little bit, able to catch it and bring it down for the second out of the inning. So 2 up, 2 down. Both teams have been a little bit more aggressive in the second game of the doubleheader of this Legion season opener for the Chiefs. And now Edwin Chavez will step up to the plate as he takes his long, drawn-out stance in the right side of the box. First pitch comes in for a ball from Rickenberg. 0 for 1 for Chavez, a walk and a ground out. As Rickenberg is set to go. And the righty sends in a fastball out in front of it is Chavez as he takes his strike now on his count. 2 balls, 1 strike on the 9-hitter, starting second baseman Chavez. Rickenberg brings it in and fought off by Chavez. He had a really good at-bat, actually a couple good at-bats before he grounded out back in the 4th inning. And then he had a string of pitches from Tucker Smith back in that 2nd inning, eventually drew a walk. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Ground ball right side. He had a big gap over there between first and second. And it'll be a 2-out single for Edwin Chavez. Well, for Great Bend, it's just a good sight to see a hit.
Yes.
That's just their 2nd hit in the last 4 innings for Great Bend. They had a hit back in the 4th. Nothing in their last 5 batters. And now Chavez comes up with a single. And he'll send it to the top of the order now for Sage Kelch. Kelch 2 for 3 tonight, a double, a single, and then he grounded out to the pitcher his last time up. As he takes a big breath, steps in tight to the right side of the box. 2 outs. First offering to Kelch sails outside for ball number 1.
Sage Rickenberg is small but mighty. He's got some power behind him.
Yeah, he brings in a lot of force. He almost uses his entire upper body as he brings in that pitch towards home plate. As the righty gets set to go on the 1-0, takes a little bit off of this one that stays above the zone. 2 balls, no strikes now to Kelch. Started off at 86 degrees here in Dodge City. Then it climbed a little bit as we got closer to 6 o'clock. Now has dropped down to 84 degrees as we get closer to 9 o'clock. And it's a 2-0 pitch to Kelch, right back up the middle, just past the pitcher, Rickenberg, and it ricochets down to the second base bag, and they eventually get the lead runner and Chavez out. Oh, Kelch hit a shot, and it may have slowed down off the body of Rickenberg and allowed Dodge City to make the play and get the lead runner at second for the A's. So, man, we mentioned luck earlier in game number 1. Dodge City benefiting on that one as they get the out at second and keep their 5-2 lead through 5.5 innings here at Demon Field. Back at Demon Field in Dodge City, 5-2 as the Great Bend Chiefs trail this one to the A's of Dodge. As we take it to the bottom of the 6th inning, new pitcher Sage Kelch will slide over from shortstop to take over on the mound as he gets a replacement hitter as well. Amric Duncan comes in as he relieves Cleason in that 9 spot for Dodge City with his 5-2 lead. Misfires on the first location. Second one comes zooming in low beneath the zone. 2 balls, no strikes on Duncan. So Tyler Stulsotz goes 5 innings here tonight, gave up 10 hits, the 5 runs, only walked 1 batter and had 4 strikeouts. Kelch unable to curve one in on the 2-0 pitch as it goes to 3 balls, no strikes on Duncan. So Cleason was doing all right. He was 1 for 1. He drew a walk and had a single, but replaced here by Duncan. And he'll draw a walk to lead off the inning from Sage Kelch as he continues to find his way coming on in relief here in the 6th inning. As the offensive lineup continues to change, we mentioned Rickenberg coming in as the pitcher defensively for Dodge City. And now will get an at-bat as the 10-hitter, replacing Tucker Smith. And he holds off on a pitch that's called for strike number 1 as Poe makes a throw down to Spray, trying to get the runner down at first, unable to do so. And Smith was another one of those guys that was seeing the ball pretty well in this doubleheader, as he was 1 for 2 in the second game, as Kelch, the right-handed pitcher, sends in the 0-1 pitch, another fastball, unable to locate. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'm wondering a little bit if Coach Beck isn't thinking about ahead to our game on Friday, just thinking about pitchers.
Yeah, that's a good point. Especially with that makeup with Larned.
Yes.
Because even if you get a game within 2 days of your last game, that causes some problems.
Yes, it does.
Especially in the doubleheader format, which is the natural format, but 1-1 pitch is grounded out to left side. Beck comes up the plate, doesn't have a chance to get the lead runner, but throws out Rickenberg at first base. So Rickenberg advances the runner down to second, but grounds out to Beck at third. And now to the top of the order for Matt Freeze, who is 0 for 3 so far here tonight. So Larned coming up at home Friday night for Great Bend. And then they'll be off until next Wednesday to rest up those pitchers against Hayes, as the first offering to Freeze stays outside from Kelch. And then the Great Bend tournament will start up next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. One of the 3 weekend tournaments that Great Bend has. They'll follow that up with a week after that, as they'll travel out to McPherson. Then 2 weeks later, they'll be in Lincoln, Nebraska towards the end of the regular season. Still trying to get a game towards the end of that one after that Lincoln, Nebraska tourney, as that one comes over the top of Freeze and he ducks down and falls to the deck to get out of the way of that pitch from Sage. Now 2 balls, no strikes.
Uh-oh.
The Dodge City dugouts yipping and hollering a little bit at Kelch, wondering where that location was at. I think mostly just having fun with Kelch. But right now, Kelch just trying to figure things out. Now ground ball back up the middle as he hit right underneath the foot of Kelch. It rolls out into center field. An easy run in here from Duncan from second base as he'll make his way around. A 1-out single for Matt Freeze. And not saying it was related.
I don't know.
But after Kelch threw behind.
Can we really do either of those on purpose?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, come on. Really?
After he threw over the top of Freeze, Freeze comes back right up the middle.
Major leagues, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Legion ball, not so much.
Yeah. Freeze just trying to get his first base knock, able to do so on board. As Kelch will continue to throw that way. 6-2 Dodge City on top, as they have been in control of this one, catching fire in the middle part of tonight's ball game. After Great Bend has been quiet, and this one comes off the helmets, right off of Caleb Miles. So we saw one go over the top of Freeze in the prior batter, but Freeze was able to drop down and avoid any contact. And this one comes off the helmet of Caleb Miles, who jumped up rather quickly after getting drilled in the ear hole, it almost looked like, of the helmet, and makes his way down to first. And head coach Randy Beck, after seeing the last 2 performances from Kelch, Might pull the string and pull the hook early on Sage.
You almost kind of hope he does, just to
Yeah.
give Sage a little breather. Or at least give him a breather.
And again, you talked about those pitch counts. It doesn't take too much if you have one bad inning to rack up enough pitches to take you out for a day or two.
Yes, true.
And Kelch
Looks like he's going to stay, yep.
So Sage will stay out there as Randy makes his way back to the first base dugout. Game number 2 of the doubleheader. Great Bend won the first game 3-2. Got off to a great start here tonight, scored 2 in the first. Dodge with 1 in the second, and then took their first lead in the bottom of the third, scoring 2 in the fourth, a scoreless fifth, but have tacked on another one here in the 6th inning for their 6-2 lead. First and second, 1 out. Kelch trying to locate. Gets a sky pop-up over to center field. Haberman comes in, gets the call off from the shortstop, Chavez, who shifted over on that last rotation, who comes up with a grab about 3 or 4 feet out in the grass in center field. So Chavez is over at short. Hopkins comes in. He's playing at second base now for Great Bend after Stulsatz exit the ball game after 5 innings of pitching. And now Kelch, a much-needed second out, recorded for Sage as he goes to work against Gio Garcia. Holds off on the barrel of the bat, but it'll be across home plate on a pitch that was outside for strike number 1 for Garcia.
Jade Poe had a nice stop, too.
Yeah, both catchers have been pretty good, and the
Pretty
variety
salty.
catchers that we've seen, in both games. First and second for Dodge City as Kelch brings in a fastball. Out in front of it is Garcia. And now the catcher, Poe, loses track of it. Ricochets right, he went to the left, and a runner will score as Freeze comes in to score from second base. And Miles makes his way from first to third and is a 7-2 lead now for Dodge City.
I think I jinxed Jade. Sorry, Jade.
Yeah, the stop, it just ricocheted off, and then after it deflected off, it went right. Poe went to the left. And
Took a bad bounce.
Yeah, and Kelch had to come in and finally pick it up in foul territory behind home plate. So Dodge City tacks on another 2 runs, their 3rd inning where they've been able to score 2 runs. On top 7-2, Kelch brings in another fastball, bounces off the shoot tops of Jay Poe, but brings it back down just beyond home plate. Runner stays at third, 7-2 Dodge, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, boys. Come on.
Garcia struck out a couple times, both coming against Stulsatz. Here's Kelch trying to get it.
Come
Sharply
on.
hit ground
Sage,
ball.
oh,
Spray right
spray.
in front of it as he grabs
Job,
it and
Steph.
unassisted out as he makes his way over the first base bag. But for Dodge City, they get another hit and a couple more runs here in the 6th inning. Extend their lead to 5. Dodge City 5, Great Bend 2. Top of the 7th inning coming up next on GreatBendPost.com. Great Bend Chiefs winding out of time here in the 2nd game of the doubleheader after a 3-2 victory in game number 1. They find themselves down 7-2 in the top of the 7th inning in at Dodge City. Big thanks to Animal Medical Center, large or small, they take care of them all. And Empire Improvements and Overhead Doors. They take care of doors, windows, siding, roofing, guttering, and garage doors at Empire. Also thanks to Eagle Tire, Zip Stop, Smith's Supply, and Advanced Therapy and Sports Medicine. So for Great Bend, they'll try to keep their hopes of a sweep alive, but they'll have to do so in big comeback fashion, trailing by 5 runs here in the 7th inning, as will be a good part of the lineup. Jade Poe, Hernandez, and Spray all due up, and this one comes off the back end of Poe as he backs into this one as it ricochets off his lower body. So it'll be a leadoff batter on board for Great Bend, as it is Rickenberg plunking the leadoff batter, and here comes Hernandez.
You know, and if anybody's going to get hit, it'll be Jade.
He stays in pretty tight.
He's kind of a ball magnet.
Not too afraid of that one as Hernandez comes up swinging, as that one quickly goes foul beyond Landon Skiaka, assistant coach for Great Bend. Has been a part of the Great Bend baseball teams for a long time now. Helping out Randy Beck over on the third base side here for the Chiefs. Getting Legion started, able to get a season in last year, but nothing official as this one stays inside Hernandez. 1 ball, 1 strike. After the Kansas State Legion announcing there would be no state tournament, no zone tournaments last year, but Chiefs and a number of other teams throughout the state continue to play, but just didn't have really that big end goal of making it to the states at the end of the line as Hernandez watches one outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. 7th inning, Great Bend trailing 7-2 as Rickenberg sends one in. Hernandez gets underneath this one, shoots it out into center field. Freeze comes in, gets called off by the left fielder Duran at the last second, comes up with a catch, and they quickly try to throw down a double up Poe, unable to do so. The 1 out recorded in the top of the 7th. So Steph Spray coming up to the plate. Brad Beck on deck for the Chiefs, trailing 7-2. A 2-0 start for Great Bend, but scoreless since that first inning for the Chiefs. And not a ton of opportunities on the base paths either, unlike Game 1 where they stranded a lot, as Spray slaps one right side going foul just over the top of the first base dugout. The lights on here at Demon Field as we push past the 9 o'clock hour this Wednesday night. Great Bend will try to get going again here in a couple of days as they'll play Larned at home at the Sports Complex, taking on the Indians. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Rickenberg that stays beneath the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike now on Spray.
I'm really glad his brother did not call that a strike.
I almost forgot about the brother-brother connection from pitcher and home plate umpire right now in the Rickenbergs. As the 1-1 comes in, that one gets hit for a strike. So,
I'd probably give him that one.
Well, trying to pad the stats for his little brother.
I don't know, you know.
Now 1 strike away from getting the second out. Spray holds off on one that stays tight. Evens up at 2 apiece to the 4-hitter Steph Spray, who is 1 for 3 here tonight. He had one of the RBI singles back in that first inning. As grounded out, well, fielder's choice, then the ground out his last 2 times up. It's been a more aggressive approach for Great Bend. They had 4 of their 6 hits in the first 2 innings here tonight. So just 2 hits over the last 4 innings for the Chiefs. Here's a ground ball, high hopper right side. Second baseman Duncan has it. Play at first, not there in time. Spray able to outrun it. And Duncan, who came on in relief, kind of fooled by that a little bit. He thought he had a lot more time than he actually did. As Spray is able to outrun this one, he'll be safe on board at first base. So first and second for Great Bend. And here comes Brad Beck.
Wow, Stephen, good hustle. That's awesome for him.
Yeah, got a benefit there. Duncan kind of nonchalantly throwing over to first and need to put a little more on that one. So instead, first and second with 1 out. And now Brad Beck takes one into the turf dirt, if you will, for ball number 1. Turf infield here at Demon Field. The grass outfield, mentioned 380 to straightaway center, 325 left corner, 300 even down in the right corner as Beck awaits the 1-0. Gets underneath this one, pops it up. Great Bend hoping this one gets out of play, comes down in front of the dugouts, and it lands down into the third base dugout, and nearly Garcia gloved that one in over the top of the railing of that guard.
That would have been a moose catch if you would have caught that.
Man, bringing back the old.
Oh, I tell you
Royals,
what,
right?
I can't forget those 2015 Royals. No way.
That was a lot of fun. Now, battling in the middle of the pack right now in the AL Central. It's not completely gloom and doom.
It's not. You never know.
Well, Great Bend trying to rally back right now, holding off on a tomahawk swing. Beck hits it left side, knocked down by Garcia at third, but not there in time at first. It is first, second, and third for Great Bend, as Poe was a little bit confused on the play there as whether or not he needed to advance down to third, but eventually able to get down there safely on that throw to first. So Great Bend loads the bases with 1 out, and here comes Tyler Stulsot. It's actually switched out now by Bradley Hopkins, rather. That's a long throw for Garcia.
I'm not sure he knew to go to third base.
I don't think so either. So that helps out Great Bend with a force-out opportunity at third. He instead throws across the diamond. Bases loaded for Bradley Hopkins with one out. Still a 7-2 deficit as he's out in front of this one. After the first pitch came in for a strike, an 0-2 count now to Hopkins. Here's the 0-2, swings that one upstairs, pops it up over right side. That one will stay in play. And coming in into the glove and caught by the first baseman, Sowers. Now 2 outs for Great Bend. Bases still loaded. As Gavin Haberman will come up to the plate.
Gosh, this is the time of night when I cannot see those balls in the sky. It's not dark, it's not light, it's the same color as the ball.
Yeah, think about those infielders trying to get underneath that one, battling through as Haberman takes the first pitch outside the zone, ball number 1. Great Bend trying to keep things moving here in the top of the 7th inning, trailing 7-2. Quickly the 1-0 brought in by Rickenberg and fouled off over the right side, evens up at 1 apiece.
Sage is pitching fast, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely
probably
the quickest moving pitcher we've seen here tonight.
For sure.
Especially after seeing Tucker Smith in the first part of the outing. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Hopkins hits this one out in the left field. That one will fall down. Poe will score. Runner from second will come in towards home plate. The throw not there in time. Great Bend getting aggressive on the base path and tagged out at third base. Well, trying to stretch things out to third base. You can't blame Great Bend, down 7-2 coming into the inning. They'll get 2 runs across at 7-4. That'll close it out for the Chiefs in the second game. So a split here at Demon Field. Great Bend takes the first one, as it'll be the Dodge City A's taking the second one by a score of 7-4. We'll step aside real quickly, come back, and wrap things up here on GreatBendPost.com. Back in Dodge City to wrap up tonight's broadcast of the doubleheader and the season opener for the Great Bend Chiefs on the American Legion senior team as they come up with a split against the Dodge City A's, winning game 1 by a score of 3-2, following the second game by a score of 7-4. Mentioned the promising start for Great Bend in that second game after coming away with that 3-2 victory in the first one. Started out scoring 2 runs in the top of the first inning, but would not score another run until the 7th inning for Great Bend. And Dodge City, they came alive in the middle part of tonight's ball game, scored 1 in the second, 2 more in the third, 2 in the fourth, and then 2 more in the 6th inning. Great Bend would get the bases loaded, eventually score 2 more runs in the 7th inning to pull within 3, but getting aggressive on the base path, eventually getting tagged out at third base for Great Bend to finish out tonight's ball game. So Dodge City out-hits Great Bend 11-9 in the second outing. A couple errors for the Chiefs in the second game as they lose 7-4. And looking at the pitching numbers, Stulsatz, he goes 5 innings, gets tagged with a loss, gave up 10 hits, 5 runs, gave up 1 walk and 4 strikeouts. Kelch struggled a little bit with his command after hitting a batter and walking a batter. He went the last inning there in the 7th or the 6th inning, gave up 1 hit, 2 runs, and also walked 1 batter. Offensively for Great Bend, Kelch goes 2 for 4 with a double and a single. Jade Poe goes 1 for 2 with a walk and was also hit by a pitch. Hernandez 0 for 4 tonight. Spray going 2 for 4 with a couple of singles and an RBI for Steph Spray. Beck going 1 for 4 tonight. Stulsatz 1 for 4. Haberman 1 for 2, including a 2 RBI single late in tonight's ball game in the 7th inning. And then it was Mater going 0 for 3 and Edwin Chavez going 1 for 3 here tonight. So Great Bend comes away with a win in game number 1 by a score of 3-2. Unable to get the sweep against Dodge City, falling in the second game by a score of 7-4. Great Bend next in action this Friday night at home for their home opener as they'll take on the Larned Indians. As the first game will get underway at 6 o'clock, second game to follow right around 8 o'clock at the Sports Complex. We will be back on the air a week from tonight for a game against Hayes that is yet to be determined if it's in Hayes or in Great Bend, and yet to determine the start times for those 2 games either. But they know they'll be taking on the Hayes Eagle Wednesday nights, and we will have that broadcast here on GreatBendPost.com, but just don't know whether it's in Hayes or in Great Bend and the start times. You can stay tuned to your Eagle radio stations throughout the next week, and we'll get you those times and also the location for that ball game Wednesday night. So again, 3-2 Great Bend winners in game number 1, following the second game by a score of 7-4. So until next Wednesday, we will talk to you again here on GreatBendPost.com. Big thanks to Karen Mater. I'm Cole Rive saying good night from Demon Field in Dodge.